Hello and welcome everyone to Group B coverage, the King of Battles International Championship right here on twitch.tv/alphaxsc2. My name is Rushy, joined here by Kozan. We are excited for our day 2 of the main event for the King of Battles. We have so much StarCraft coming at you, in your face, in and around your ears. It's just going to be good for the soul. Kozan, are you excited for our Group B today?
I really am, man. I really am. We already got a preview at the 2-player camps, and yeah, looking forward to what they will be able to bring to the table here.
It's going to be a great group today. It's going to be tough to top yesterday's Group A because we, of course, had a great stack of players. Of course, Cyril and Maru both finding a way to advance out of our Group A. And we've got a nice setup here today as well. It's going to be TY, uthermal, Clem, and Ragnarok in our Group B. And that's going to be our order as well. We're going to have quite a few TVTs today, Kozan. I think we're going to have to buckle in for some tactical Terran play.
I hope so. I really hope so. Maybe some cheeky play as well, right? There's always a possibility of some proxy Reapers or anything of the sorts. I wonder if anybody's gonna try and bank it on these matches, though, something like that. We do have a couple of best of 5s, though, so who knows? Who knows? You're a little bit more open to try and catch your opponent off guard in that space, right? It doesn't feel as punishing to try something maybe a little bit more more aggressive, and then suddenly just being behind and your opponent being on match point.
Well, just a little bit about our format today. Our first 2 matches are going to be typical best of 3s, just like you normally see in a GSL. But all of our winners, elimination, and decider matches will be best of 5. So it will be interesting to see how all of our players adapt to that playstyle. As we all know, best of 3s and best of 5s play very, very uniquely. And we will want to see how these players can move forward and create new and interesting strategies. But I think we're going to see a couple of Titans end up trying to topple each other over. Of course, the Terran Titan of Korea, TY, and the up-and-coming Titan in Clem over in Europe. I think there's a big possibility that we could see those 2 square up in the winners match. But I don't want to count out Uthermal just yet. He's been playing through an injury, and with incredible build orders and play style, he's been making a pretty good run for it.
For sure. Here and there, it did look like Uthermal, in the qualifiers at least, was trying to eke out some of the quicker wins here and there. But ultimately, when it got down to the wire, he was ready to go into that macro game. He was ready to try and give it his all. He was fighting through the pain and just trying to make the best out of the situation. Another player to note, of course, somebody that we can't just skip over right now. It is Ragnarok. Ragnarok, a player that is, of course, a Alpha X player as well. Somebody that's is near and dear to us Alpha X's hearts, and it's going to be interesting to see as well what he will be able to do against a enormous powerhouse such as Clem, right? Clem's TVZ probably his best matchup, so that could be rough there for Ragnarok, but overall, don't count him out. Ragnarok, he is a player that sometimes will be able to get some upsets going and will be able to throw his opponents off guard, catch them off guard. But yeah, that is one for the later parts, of course. First, the TY versus Uthermal TVT. Rushy, we've seen a ton of TY TVT, of course, in the previous the GSL finals before that. Cure versus TY. That was seemingly quite the slaughterhouse. TY coming up with some amazing stuff overall. Some great tactics. He is a player that is meant to be playing these types of series, right? It is just the best of 3, but I wonder how much has TY prepared for this? How much has he spent coming up with tactics? How much has he spent trying to analyze Uthermal here? Or has he kind of already decided to try and keep his stuff hidden? Because afterwards, if he does win this one, it is quite likely, of course, that he will have to go up against Clem as well.
And to that point, the the path that these players are having to walk is incredibly important, and I'd be curious to know if TY has been focused more on his GSL stuff, or if this is big enough on his radar. Of course, this is a rather large prize pool. First place walking away with upwards of $9,000 is nothing to sneeze at. So hopefully he's taking it very seriously. He's had time to prepare. He's known about his group since last week. But I know uthermal is ready. He's knocked off a lot of Titans to get where he is right now, and I don't think this is about to stop him. And we're jumping into our first series. It's going to be TY versus uthermal. We're jumping into Pillars of Gold. We're going to get some good tactical play, but let's see what these two players have in store for us. And we're just going to jump right on in, Kozan. Spawning in the top right of Pillars of Gold, our blue Terran player, playing from Europe, into the Netherlands even, for Team Liquid. Give it up for uthermal.
And the Korean big brainer himself, newly addition to the Afrika Freak still. He's the red Terran. He is TY. Oh my dear lord. Oh my dear lord, Rashi. I am very excited for this one. I mean, of course, it's not just a fellow Dutchman. It is TY he is going up against. TY, one of my favorite players to watch of all time. It's always just amazing. The brains on this guy is just absolutely immaculate. He makes some great plays. Sometimes they don't work, but there's always a great idea behind them. And yeah, maybe, you know, some people call him one of the smartest players of StarCraft 2 overall, and I wouldn't fault them overall. So far, by the way, both of these players going for the double gas opening, looking to be safe and looking not to take any early game damage unnecessarily. Maybe slowing down their expansion a little bit here in favor for getting themselves the quick attack and the more secure home fronts.
Well, and I'm trying to think about the interactions that these two are going to just like silently have, right? I think every single series you have opponents that are sizing each other up, that are trying to put themselves in a good position to maybe get some mind games going, get everything in a good spot so they can get some small soft advantages. But I don't see the arrogance, maybe is a bold word, but it's the word I can come up with right now for TY. Sometimes when you get Koreans versus foreigners, the Koreans will pull out some cheekier builds like, oh, I don't actually think that you're that good. I can beat you with the really weird stuff, and if I can get some cool games out of it, awesome. This is great for the fans. But it feels like TY, at least in the open of this game, is going to play a little bit more standard. He's going to respect his opponent. He knows that uthermal's got what it takes to, if not take one game off of him, he could possibly take two if he's not careful. So just staying really humble, staying really focused. I will be interested to see after the end of this game number one if that opinion changes. But I have a feeling that we're going to get some honorable matches here, Kozan.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, uthermal, he's not a player you can just ignore, really. Uthermal took out Clem as well, right? We all know how strong Clem is of a player that is being well respected in the Korean scene as well. We saw in the recent GSL, the group nominations, right, where they were trying to pick who's going to be in what group. We saw people actually commenting about Clem as well, saying that Clem, you know what, I think it was wasn't it about TY as well? I don't think TY is one of the top 3 Terrans anymore because of Clem. So maybe he may not even be the top 4 anymore right now. And yeah, well, this is a moment in time where he can try to prove those people wrong.
So here comes what we are going to start seeing. And yeah, and again, it's a lot of that very, very patient play. Windows, be cool.
Benchy opening here, by the way, from uthermal. That is rather interesting. Not something you see all the time in TVT, because it is so common for the Terrans to get themselves a Raven and to get themselves a Cyclone. And with those 2 units already, that already are very, very viable in the early bots. Oh, also the Cyclone upgrade right here coming out of uthermal. That is rather interesting as well. So a sign that he may be going into the mech play right now.
Yeah, getting that Cyclone upgrade going to be fun. I mean, that's going to be very micro intensive for these two players. But now we have a medevac for TY moving across the map, going to try and get some of that drop damage done. But Uthermal's gone largely unscouted with his Banshee, so this will be an interesting take here. Oh no, Uthermal starting to evacuate that main, maybe getting ready to try and push out onto the map, and that will give TY some good damage potential.
Oh no.
If he sees this, no, this is just completely going to be passed in the wind. TY is going to get so much damage done with this drop. It's going to be all of these bio units getting into the main, but at the same time in the natural, these SCVs have nowhere to run. They're just going to run right into the arms of those Hellions, and we are going to be seeing a lot of damage coming down here, but Uthermal is going to be able to get some damage done as well. It's just a matter of how much both of these players can eke out of their opponent's bases.
Great control here so far from both of these players, I would say. It looks like the Banshee did get cleaned up, but the Cyclones and the Hellions still going strong here in the base of TY. TY, though, on the other side, did get cleaned up. A great repair there on the Cyclones. Mag Field Accelerator about to finish up here as well. It's going to help out a ton against the Cyclone. That will be popping out here for TY, but the lock-on's already taken place, so he needs to be careful. Oh, if he gets that Cyclone, though, before the repair takes place, he does. This could be a lot of trouble for TY. I think he... Okay, well, there is another Raven right now. With that auto turret, does manage to clean it up, and he is doing more harassment. Again, Hellion suddenly in the main base of Uthermal now as well. Oh, okay, this is going back and forth, but ultimately it looks like TY did take the better end of the trade so far. But it's not over just quite yet. Uthermal sending more stuff into TY's base here.
The problem that I see here for TY is he needs to find a way to shut down in this main base, but I don't think that's going to be a long problem. Yeah, picking off the Banshee with the Viking is huge. Now Uthermal's the one with the problem. He's only got 6 workers left here, Kozan. 35 to 19. And the Cyclones are good, but they don't have the same kind of AoE damage that those Hellions do. So picking off workers is going to be a tall task as TY is able to eke out more and more of those Marines. And 35 to 20, that is just a pure numbers advantage here for TY, and TY is going to continue to advance forward. Uthermal will continue to be annoying, but I don't think this is going to be something he can recover from easily.
Yeah, Uthermal still has that second base on location, but that doesn't matter too much if you don't have the if you don't have the SCVs to really make use of it at this moment in time. These 2 Cyclones are kind of his last tickets to somewhat of a redeemable location, and they do go down right now. Of course, Uthermal doesn't quite see how many SCVs are still remaining here for TY. Will not be able to invest a scan or anything like that either, right, in a situation like this. Man, this is not feeling like a regular TVT quite at all. I'm also feeling like a ZVZ where just both players are going for Bailing aggression or something like that, continuously rolling into the enemy mineral line. But you know what? I think this is a great way to start things off with. Didn't quite work out for Uthermal here, but you know what? Yeah, I'm a little bit wary. I think he is going to go down to the attack coming across the field right now from TY. TY reading the situation very well and sending those siege tanks, the Marines, and the Ravens across.
And this is where TY is just going to shut down this game number 1. He's got a 20 army supply lead. Again, Uthermal has those valuable Cyclones, but again, against large numbers of units in these Marines and in this tank, it's just going to be very difficult for him to try and defend. And I think TY's just going to bulldoze his way on into the natural. These tanks are going to get sieged up, and Uthermal's not even going to watch that unfold. GG is called, and TY taking a very clean game number 1, but very scrappy. I agree with you. Yeah. Not a typical TVT by any stretch of the imagination. Not at least what we expect.
Exactly. Yeah, that did not feel like the common way of the TVT. You know what? A couple of weird things overall. Not extremely weird. We do see it sometimes, right? But opting to go for the Banshees, it's, you know what? You're kind of assuming that your opponent is not going the regular route either, because the regular route very often will just be the Cyclone and the Raven opening, right? Playing it safe in a way, maybe anticipating your opponent to try and be aggressive as well. Maybe opt in more so into Hellions, some sort of a drop play, anything like that. And that was the case. That was indeed the case. But ultimately the drop play itself did still do so much damage overall in his own base, and then coming back in again with those Hellions, that was quite the play from TY, being able to pick off a lot of those SCVs that were already kind of low on the HP. And yeah, let's see what will be going on in game number 2. Will we have another one of those scrappy little TVT encounters there?
Yeah, and they're going to be going on to Gigantha for our next map. And this will be the first time I think we see a TVT on this map. Lots of interesting places for tanks to perch up, lots of interesting space to abuse with air units. So I'll be curious to see how this all transpires here. Why don't you take our first introduction here, Kozan?
I would love to. It's the fellow Dutchman in the blue. He's from Team Liquid, the best Dutch player in the world. He is uthermal.
Spawning in the bottom left, our red Terran player, playing for the Afrika Freaks. Up 1-0. Give it up for TY.
Right. Uthermal. It was going into an alright location there for a while, right? But then suddenly those two Hellions also popping up into the main base and just not quite being prepared for that one. Not anticipating that to still occur as well. And that was just a great plan overall from TY. Those Hellions, they won't be able to do that much against those Cyclones, right? So where is a way to still get them to gain some sort of value, to send them across the fields here with that medevac that he already had that managed to escape? Just, yeah, again, TY kind of showcasing he knows where he can gain the most value from his units. Let's see. Opening up with a single gas here this time around for TY. As we see Uthermal trying to hide that barracks a little bit right now. This is a way to in case if your opponent does go for the SCV scout, this could cause TY to go into a little bit of a shock for a moment until he sees that that barracks in the corner there. I would assume he is going to go scout for it, but ultimately, you know, it kind of forces your opponent to take into account for even a brief seconds that perhaps there is that proxy 2 rack somewhere across the field here. And this is the moment where he's going to be like, all right, wait a moment. This is where he gets nervous. You can see his eyes widen. Oh. Okay, he does spot it there. So that is a nice catch, ultimately.
How crazy would it have been had TY gotten out of the main base without seeing that? I mean, I feel like that would have been very, very weird and bizarre. It would have been unusual for him not to cover every corner of that base, but it was very, very close. I think he was getting to the point where, okay, maybe I need to be out on the map. I shouldn't be here right this second. So yeah, we will be able to see a little bit of that anticipated aggression here coming for Uthermal, grabbing what he needs as well in terms of a Hellion. And it just continues to get more and more interesting here, Kozan.
Yeah, Starport also in a funky little corner there. It's kind of fun to see that from Uthermal. Another interesting thing here is, of course, TY already having that command center, right? So I've watched his stream at this one point where he had like an English translator with him as well, and actually this exact situation kind of occurred. He was saying that usually if he's not getting proxied when going for the one gas, right, you should have enough to defend against this. It comes down to a little bit of micro, and overall he feels comfortable in this situation. If he manages to kind of hold on, doesn't take SCV damage, he's going to be ahead. And it looks like he's going to be ahead with quite a bit. But Uthermal, he's not just sticking to the factory barracks and then taking guys off the gas to get himself still a relatively quick command center here. He is going quite heavy on the aggression right now. He's making a very quick liberator. He's getting more Cyclones and Reapers right now. And it's only at 3 minutes 36 he throws down that command center. So it may be a little bit more than TY has bargained for, but we're going to have to wait and see it. It could still be a manageable situation looking at those army supplies here for TY as well.
Well, he's going to need to figure out how to hold this coming forward. But he's got himself in a good position. The army counts are almost identical, but it's going to be uthermal moving across the map with the initial engagement. And actually will be able to catch TY right outside of his base. This is a great engagement here for uthermal, jumping on top of TY. He just completely pulls apart this army, and now suddenly there's nothing left to hold uthermal in place.
Yeah,
I mean, TY is just going to come right on in.
Uthermal, he is getting some work done. The SUV is trying to keep the Reapers at bay, but now he only has a Liberator pretty much against the Reapers right here. The Liberator continuing to force the SUVs away as well. This is looking all right here for Uthermal, but didn't quite get on top of those SUVs as he may have wanted to. They are all so low, but now there is that Hellion advantage here for TY. Should be good enough, and also a Liberator and a Viking ready to pick off that blue Liberator right there. But look at the worker count right now. That was a fantastic engagement there by Uthermal. My dear lord, TY was caught with his pants on the ground. That was nowhere where he wanted to be when the Reapers and the Hellions came in. He was losing Hellion one by one right there. That was a little bit of good fortune as well, to be fair. But man, what a fight there for Uthermal.
I think this is where Uthermal does need to kind of put pedal to the metal at this point and stay on top of his opponent. He can't afford right now to go and just sit back and macro up. He's going to do a little bit of that to get himself at least a little bit of a more supporting economy, but TY's in a spot where he can recover. He can get that worker count back up where he wants it, and it's going to take more than just one advantageous engagement for Uthermal to put TY in his place, but I think he can do it. He's grabbing that third base though.
Yeah, I like it. When ahead, get further ahead, right? A famous saying, and that kind of is what he's doing right now. He has the army supply to keep himself safe. He knows he cleaned up so much stuff off TY overall as well, right? It wasn't just SCV kills. He also killed a ton of those Hellions and the Reapers as well. So the overall harassment potential for TY relatively low at the moment. TY neglecting to get himself a third base at this moment in time as well, though. He is, I'm not quite sure, potentially starting to ramp up for some sort of aggression himself as well, and seeing how long it's taking him to get that third base as well.
Okay, so it seems like TY is going to get a good scout here. He's going to see that third base incoming at this point, and now TY is going to be the one to try to move across the map and get a little bit of pressure done himself. These Reapers might actually spot this move out, which will be a good catch here for Uthermal, and we'll actually pick off quite a few of these Hellions. That's pretty decent damage here, but it doesn't see the main army moving across. Now these Marines will be able to catch this. So Uthermal needs to be prepared and ready to go. He has a really good tank count. 5 tanks should be able to post up and siege this in place. So he just needs some really strong positioning, and he can continue to hold on against TY.
It is the air dominance, though, right? That is the most scary part right now. The Viking count in favor for TY. Oh, great interference matrix onto those Vikings, and does manage to clean up the Liberator now as well. So it looks like even with a disadvantaged air army, Uthermal there being able to take it. Will pull a couple of those SCVs as well. SCVs for TY being picked off. Also, not quite sure what was happening there. And GG is cold. Oh my dear lord, the Dutchman has done it.
Yeah, Mark dialing up a really good timing here. Catches TY off guard and is able to even this up 1-1 with some really, really good play by our Dutch Terran. So we're going to get a game number 3 here in our first series of the day. Can't remember what map we are going into next, but I think that will play into the idea here. Both of these players really not dragging these games out at all. Kind of that 8-9 minute mark with the early and mid game pushes. So I think we're going to get some more exciting DVT here, although maybe a little less orthodox than what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, just making full use of the aggressive pushes right now. Let's see what is going to be the third map right now. It may give us a little bit of an inclination as well as to how aggressive we're going to be getting. depending on the map size. But then again, I mean, Jaganetha or how did you call it?
Jaganetha.
Jaganetha. Already probably one of the biggest maps we have right now. So to see that much aggression coming out of there, who knows? And the next map will be Submarine.
Ooh, so it's going to be a small map here for our rubber match between these two. It'll be interesting to see what comes out here, because these players are already hitting with some really nice early aggressive timings. And with a small map like Submarine, we might see even more of that, and it could even see that trying to catch their opponent off guard even a little bit faster. But again, I think Uthermal's going to need another really good engagement and a really tight timing to get over his opponent in TY. I don't know that TY is going to slip up more than once in this series.
You never know. You never know. This, if you this little Terran man from the Netherlands, he can make you slip up. It's kind of the nature. I mean, the thing with TVT as well, with these openings, right? It can be so volatile. If you take a wrong turn, if you make the wrong decision, right? You go for the one gas opening straight into a command center, and then your opponent just goes for sticking on the gas, being very aggressive. That is going to be a troubled situation, and you're just not quite going to have enough usually to try and defend against this. Anyway, here we go. Starting up, game number 3. In the top left side, the blue Terran player from the Netherlands. He is Team Liquid's one of their finest. He is uthermal, Mr. Mark.
And spawning in the bottom right, it's our red Terran player. Playing for the Afrika Freaks. Give it up for TY.
Oh, it's a quick one from Mapu. Oh, there's SEV. Oh, Uthermal not looking like he wants to do the long games against the TY right now. All right. This is kind of interesting because game number 2, he was hiding that barracks in the main base, right? Now, this time around, he is actually proxying the barracks. So maybe game number 2, that opening already a little bit of a preparation in order to get him settled for this one. TY may be a little bit less prone to start to think that his opponent is actually proxying this barracks. But we're not even seeing a SCV moving across the field this time around. TY playing it safe. He's grabbing himself the double gas opening here, and he does not want to be asking for too much trouble in the early game anymore, it looks like.
Yeah, I think the lack of an early scout here could be an interesting tell, because by the time TY actually spots this across the map, this could be Reapers already in his face if he decides to go for that. But it's just going to be a tech lab. Is this going to be a Marauder rush? What's going to come out of that tech lab here, Kozan?
Yeah, it could very well be the Marauder rush. Actually, TY, a player that also does this sometimes. It's kind of funny seeing it being used against TY here. The Marauders with the concussive shell, of course, very good against the Reapers, very good against low marine counts, and also, Hellions, stuff like this, right? The stuff that you get in the early game to try and get your defense rolling. Also, the SCVs won't quite be able to be pulled ahead and get a full surround on the enemy units because, well, concussive shell once again. So I'm going to have to wait and see how well TY is going to be prepping for this. He's making 2 Reaps at the same time. He's making a Hellion. I wouldn't be too upset if he does get himself a bunker as well.
So he doesn't see the factory being built back at home, and that could be differing information on how much Uthermal is going to try and divulge into this, but the Marauders are already moving. He should be in a position to be ready to go, but double pumping out Reapers is going to be helpful here as he tries to defend against this, because here come the first 2 Marauders. He's going to do his best, but that first Reaper immediately going down. SCV is getting pulled off of the line. Uthermal wants to try and end this game early, and right now he's doing a really good job, but he can't let those Marauders get surrounded.
Yeah, kind of was forced to target down the Hellion, of course, so the SCV is getting a little bit closer than was comfortable. TY doing a great job so far. Good repair on that Hellion as well. Good crisis management here. Let's see how many SCVs Uthermal is actually going to be able to pick off right now. Ooh, got to be careful. That one Marauder getting rather low. Great targeting there from TY, and it looks like TY relatively Relatively clean holds here overall so far. I don't think he's going to be taking too many more losses. 2 more Marines about to be popping out, and they handle those Marauders relatively well. Look at that, immediately being targeted by uthermal. Uthermal knows where the most DPS is coming out of and where he is, and isn't going to get some value.
And this kind of puts uthermal in a bit of an awkward situation. He's still working on those Marauders here, but for the most part, I think TY is going to be in a pretty solid position here to continue moving forward. The second base is going down for uthermal, so he knows that the push has come to an end. But he's got to find a way to deal with this Liberator that's going to be moving across the map. I think he's going to have... He's already got 1 Cyclone out, so he will have something to be able to shove that off. So not going to be in a terrible position. But it will be interesting to see if he can compound on this pressure that he has put onto TY, or if TY is just going to be able to build up and push across the map. But there goes the second command center. So both players going to try and stabilize here.
Yeah, let's see if this Liberator actually does manage to get anything done. That is indeed a nice spike right there in the income graph showcased by Mapu. Or making use of the barracks in the sky as well here, ensuring that he kind of sees what's happening. That's a lot of Marines here. TY neglected, well, I say neglected, but kind of stopped making SCVs there for a while. Ooh, barely not getting that Widowmine. That is a bit unfortunate. Looks like, you know what, the Marauders will fall at the moment. They need to clean up as many of these Marines as possible. All right, only 4 remaining. That is manageable. That's manageable. The worker count still a little bit in favor here for uthermal. Already has that natural base up, of course, and now getting himself a quick 3rd base also. Yeah, I'm really liking uthermal's position here overall. I'm fairly certain that actually that the Liberator also either got picked off or it had to retreat here. Maybe this is a second one. I believe he was making a second one if I'm not mistaken, but anyway, it does look like uthermal didn't take any damage from it whatsoever, right? Could be that that's the same Liberator that went back for repairs actually as well. I didn't fully pay attention to it, unfortunately.
Well, both players now have their natural on site, and uthermal, again, already having that 3rd base in production. He's over halfway done with it. So he's going to try and put himself in a nice economic position. But it's that army count that worries me, Kozan. I mean, TY is kind of building up for the counterpunch here. 33 to 18. Starting to set up in the natural with that tank and that bunker is helpful and going to be useful. But again, it's a sheer numbers game in these mirror matchups. So if uthermal can't find a way to help secure that natural, TY's just going to move across and lay down the hurt in ways that only someone who just got Marauder rushed can actually move with.
Yeah, well, both of the players do have a reasonable Raven count, right? TY only moving in with a single siege tank. I think the Ravens overall are going to be able to kind of mitigate the amount of damage for uthermal here. But yeah, it's going to come down to overall control of these Ravens. Oh, this is adorable here for TY. Hiding this army movement, sending a couple of Marines forward, trying to stay hidden here. He is going to get a nice position on the right side for the main base. It's going to be a little bit difficult for... Oh my dear lord. Is that smart? Sending already a lot of these Ravens, a lot of the energy right on top of the SCVs. He's getting a nice little bit of value. But that means the overall main engagement right here with the siege tanks, it's going to be a lot more difficult for him. I mean, to be fair, he just killed 11 SCVs, so...
I was going to say, I was expecting the interruption matrices to go down on tanks as TY tried to shove into the main base, but TY already a step ahead, knowing where the damage could be most felt, and he gets on top of 14 SCVs. That's a nice situation to put him in. That gives him a great worker lead and an army lead. So now uthermal is in a lot of trouble. He's the one that's going to have to start trying to push out and recover, but he just doesn't have anything to do that with right now. And TY is going to continue to posture here, trying to get a nice tank position on that low ground. And now that gas is exposed, things are just going from bad to worse for uthermal.
Yeah, and the one shining light here for uthermal, of course, is he already has that third CC. So also cleaning up all of the Ravens, right? There's no more Ravens here for TY, but TY was smart. He targeted down the reactor as well, so he still has air dominance. It's going to be difficult for uthermal to make use of those of the Raven advantage here, because he can't really push in all that easily. Unless if the Vikings sit on the ground, of course, that would be something else, but... Okay, puts them back in the sky again. Uthermal, he needs to continue the SCV production, right? We want to see 3 SCVs continuously to try and make that up. At the same time, though, of course, he needs to be careful with the army of TY already at this front door. If he doesn't make enough army units, right? Puts too many of his resources in those SCV, in the SCV production to recuperate those losses. He won't have enough to push this backwards, and ultimately that is going to put him further behind, of course.
Now a lot of high ground division here is just going to put that factory and that command center in danger. Immediately going to have to lift and get that up and away. TY has the better Viking count at this point, so that air superiority continues to lean in his favor. And now Uthermal's going to have to lose more of his economy here as he has to pull workers off to repair this orbital. The orbital will survive at least for now, but those Vikings going really, really deep. The repair is enough to hold that down, but it's just, again, more economic damage. It's more time that Uthermal is not mining, and now TY already out to his third base. He just continues to leapfrog ahead here against his opponent. Things just, again, continue to look really, really difficult for our Dutch Terran right now.
Yeah, he is not in a great position at all anymore. TY definitely making a lot of headway there with the push, and it's gonna be difficult. Still, we do have that Raven advantage. Ravens in TVT are absolutely essential, so maybe that is some way for Uthermal to make something happen with those units, but I mean, it is going to be difficult, all right? It's going to attempt to do a little bit of a drop, but oh my god, TY, this man with his big brain already in position with those Vikings, on the lookout for the drop play. Perhaps anticipating it a little bit even before Uthermal decided that this is what he should be doing right now.
I mean, look at that units lost tab, man. Lots of minerals gone for Uthermal. That is very hard to recover at this point, and TY just continuing to grab control of that income advantage as it does quickly move into his favor, and it's already starting to set up for a transition, moving out even further. We've got Liberators coming out as well as that armory, so the transition is in position. It's now going to have to be Uthermal trying to get some of these drops in, and this one is currently just sitting on the edge. It is unscouted at this point, but this feels like an all-in push for Uthermal. He has got to get a lot of damage done here if he is going to stay into this game. Otherwise, TY is just going to continue to run away with this. But now the scout comes out on that main army. TY is going to have that high ground advantage. He's going to try and position himself well. Now Uthermal is going to get the distraction going here as he tries to set up his tanks.
Yeah, very well done indeed. Of course, it's kind of a double distraction in a sense. Oh my god, so many SCVs are going down. 28 of them right there. For a moment, I thought he was going to be in trouble with the... oh no, the Ravens. The Ravens in a lot of trouble here as well. Good interference matrix. Will the siege tanks be enough here? They need to clean up those other 2 siege tanks. They are in range, so that does go into his favor. But ultimately, I'm not sure if he has to be out on the map here at the moment. Oh dear. Oh dear. The Marines trying to get on top of these siege tanks. Losing every single siege tank here would be absolutely horrendous for Uthermal. Getting himself in such a nice position and immediately, well, getting quite punished with those, with the movements of those siege tanks, trying to just move back home in front of TY's vision, right? Just right in front of him. That was a little bit difficult for them, but I mean, overall, as long as Uthermal now kind of stabilizes back at home, which does seem doable, looking at the army supply, the upgrades also looking pretty darn good for both of these players, right? I mean, he definitely made some headway there in that fight, and TY, yeah, it doesn't look like he's feeling all too comfortable at the moment to immediately start pushing across. He does have that 4th base though already floating over. It's not a orbital just quite yet, though. So a slight little nice thing there, I suppose, for uthermal, but still.
Imagine if uthermal doesn't unsiege all his tanks at once there. And I mean, that might have been the end of the game. I think uthermal got as good of an engagement as he could have asked for in that moment. And if he's able to hang on to those tanks now, suddenly that fourth base isn't able to go down. He can get more Marines to stay on top of that and keep that pressure going. But instead, TY is able to jump ahead. He's able to get that army reproduced, getting that supply difference back up in his favor. And uthermal's going to have to try and engage this army without tanks of his own. And with TY already in a great defender's position, he's going to be able to jump on top of this Bioforce, and another great engagement is just going to send uthermal packing. Unfortunately, those upgrades are moving together at the same time. 3-3 for both players. Those medevacs getting whittled away. Uthermal just cannot afford these losses at this point. It's so difficult for him to try and get this back when he's really wanting to set up his fourth base and get ahead economically. But right now, TY grabbing control of this game.
Yeah, for certain. I mean, to add to your points right there, those siege tanks, they could have also retreated along the top side, right? They didn't have to move down on top of that ramp and then move left. That was like inviting TY's Marines to just stim forward and take them out. He could have moved backwards as well. That would have allowed him to have that one single siege tank provide a little bit extra cover fire. Instead, he moved away from the cover fire of that siege tank and just made things rather difficult for himself. He is still continuing the pressure, though. He knows he has to make some stuff work here, but ultimately TY, with all those Marines absolutely everywhere, he knows what is happening. He knows what's up in the right place at the right time.
I mean, this is going to be really, really difficult for uthermal to try and deal with. I think TY is going to start spreading his army out. Yep, leaving the tanks at the top of the ramp to help spot. We're going to start seeing those Marines get into good positions. And now the tank fire is going to begin. Actually going in uthermal's favor to begin with, but TY is just trying to set the scene for a very, very convincing push here. Uthermal trying to punish TY, though, for getting a little bit too far out, but all of those tanks going to get cleaned up. The one Liberator, that is not what he was okay with.
There's two stacked on top of one another. You couldn't even see it. That's how quickly he sieged those up. TY does lose a couple of those Marines on the back foot, but at the same time, he still has all those siege tanks, of course, in a magnificent position right now. Uthermal's fourth base is pretty much gone and done for. Uthermal realizes he needs to get some value himself, trying to get across the fields here.
Yeah, this is the counter push. This is the all-in push. And right now, uthermal's going to get sandwiched by all of these units. These Marines super overstimmed, and they are not going to be able to have a lot of value. He does take some decent trades here, but unfortunately, TY has killed off that fourth base. Uthermal is in a really rough spot. The tank's kind of out in the middle of nowhere, and we're starting to see Uthermal who's kind of flailing for just about anything he can find.
Yeah, trying his luck there, perhaps with a drop on top of the siege tanks. Decides not to, as a lot of them were in siege, so we're going to be able to clean up two of his own siege tanks probably quicker than he would have been able to clean up the other two. Yeah, uthermal, he is improvising here. He's long distance mining. He knows he needs to get whatever he can get his hands on, really scraping the barrel, but yeah, there it is. GG is called. TY takes game number 3 and a 2-1 victory right there. A valiant fight from the Dutchman, but ultimately coming up a little bit short there. A couple of mistakes, and yeah, that's all TY needs in these situations.
TY just leaning on the experience and what he has going for him in his TVT matchup, and he is going to be able to advance on to our winners match. It's going to be going up against the winner of our next series in Clem versus Ragnarok. So very possible we could see more TVT in the winners match, but I won't write out our Alpha X own brother Ragnarok just yet. We'll get that fun TVZ Clem has shown, though, in the past that his ability to play against Zerg is rather confident, and I believe that we are going to see more of that on display. Now, I'd love to talk a little bit more about the matchup we just saw, but we are going to be getting into our next matchup, and we're going to take a little bit longer break than normal. We're going to try and see if we can clean some stuff up for you and give you the best experience you can possibly have here at Alpha X. So thanks so much for hanging out with us, guys. We are getting ready for the second match of Group B of the King of Battles International Championship right here on twitch.tv/AlphaXSC2. My name is Rushy. I'm here with Kozan. We'll be right back right after this. Don't go anywhere, folks. I was wondering for a brief moment why that music that I'm used to hearing didn't start playing, but here we are. Welcome back, folks, to the Group B play of the King of Battles International Championship right here on twitch.tv/AlphaXSC2. My name is Rashi. I'm here with Kozan. Thank you so much for your patience in that extended break. We're trying to get stuff set up to give you just a little bit cleaner view of the action that's happening right here in Group B. Of course, we're going to be jumping into our next series. It's going to be Clem versus Ragnarok. It's going to be a TVZ. Kozan, I'm really excited to see some of these two players square off. Clem playing some really good Terran these days, and against a player like Ragnarok, I think he's going to be put to the test.
Yeah, Ragnarok, I mean, don't underestimate him. He has been improving a ton. Of course, ever since joining AlphaX, of course, that's when the improvement curve really started hitting. No, I'm kidding. He's a very dedicated player, of course. He is somebody that you need to keep an eye out for continuously. It looks like he's getting better and better results. So, you know what? Overall, I would still give it to Clem as a advantage, but I wouldn't be surprised if Ragnarok manages to take a game and maybe gets an upset going here.
Well, we're going to have to see what happens here. We are jumping into our next best of three between these two. We're going to be jumping right on to Lightshade. And in the top left-hand corner is the blue Terran himself, playing for Team Liquid. Give it up for Clem. And Clem. There we go.
In the bottom right side, his opponent in the red, he is, of course, from Alpha X, the Korean man himself, Ragnarok.
Ooh, a little extra twisted. Look at that beautiful Alpha X logo. Oh, it's just so, just a chef's kiss right there. I actually really like all of those logo packs that they add in for these big tournament events. I think it's a pretty cool addition and just really nice little touch. But we'll have to see how things move forward here between these two players. Of course, this is going to be a bit of a clash of styles once again. We're going to see the EU Terran going up against that Korean Zerg playstyle, but I think that kind of favors Clem a little bit more than it favors Ragnarok, because EU is land of the Zerg players. And it's very, very clear that Clem has probably spent a lot of time playing against some no-name Zergs like Cyril and Rainer and Lambo and Laser. I mean, it goes deep in Europe, and Clem's had plenty of practice, so more than likely he's going to feel confident and well-equipped going up against a player like Ragnarok. But Ragnarok's had some pretty good showing in recent events, and I would not be surprised to see him play very, very well against an opponent like Clem.
Yeah, you know what? Overall, I mean, we've seen so many great series overall between Clem and Rainer, for example, right? And Rainer, we all know how good he is. We all know how absolutely stellar that little Italian man is. We know. So overall, we have come to expect quite a bit of Clem, and every single time he surely delivers. He doesn't always take the series, but ultimately, you know what? Makes it one hell of a tough match. And Ragnarok here, you know what? He is going to have to try and dig very deep here, I believe, overall, in order to get himself a victory here. But to be fair, EU may be the land of the Zergs, but Korea, the land of the Terrans, of course. It's a little bit of a similar story in that sense, right?
That's true. So it'll be interesting to see how well both of these players have prepared. So I would, to that point, I think that I feel like the play styles for Terran are definitely influenced by each other, but Koreans have such a very nice stout style of play. If you get past the creative players like Maru and Beyond, I feel like Terran is a little bit more standard. So it'll be interesting. I'm very, very curious.
Yeah,
both great players that we will have to see how things transpire going forward. But right now, Ragnarok not getting out to that third base really quickly. He's taking that very delayed.
Oh, there we go. Clem, he is so incredibly patient. Look at that, just lurking on the edge with that Reaper, continuously waiting. The disappointment in Ragnarok's eyes clear to see. Is like, how is this even fair? How can a Reaper stay around for that long? I just want a creep tumor. Oh, yeah, 2 queens there as well, and still just getting sniped. Now, look at this. 3 queens. Okay, that may be a little bit too much for that Reaper to still snipe those creep tumors there.
Yeah, that feels like a bit overkill.
Oh, Roach Warren, by the way.
Because that's going to slow down the larva production, but desperately wants that creep to push out there so he can start connecting different pieces of his base together and moving things forward. But as to your point, this is going to be a very, very quick roach aggression here. He's got 7 roaches on the way. Clem needs to be careful that he doesn't let this go unscouted. And as it sits right now, these queens are going to be the body block of information for Clem.
Yep.
Ragnarok now trying to get out to that third base. And again, at the 4-minute 30-second mark, the fact no third exists has got to be a huge piece of information for Clem. But Clem sees those roaches on the way.
Yeah, he still throws down that 3rd command center here. A brave move. I mean, if he holds on, this is going to be a fantastic position here for Clem, of course. But it's still a little bit of a gamble making that 3rd base right now. Of course, Ragnarok behind is also getting a 3rd base. He's also starting up a couple of drones. So it looks like Clem is reading into the situation correctly. This is not a fully committed attack here from Ragnarok. Just a good amount of pressure. Will lose that Liberator very quickly, though. But my dear lord, that is a lot of Hellions. How often do you see Hellions clean up Roach Ravager attacks, Rushy?
You know, when they get on top of the Ravagers, they're rather effective because of that class change going from Roach to Ravager. But you're absolutely right. Ragnarok not doing a very good job of protecting those down. The tank's going to get down into the natural, and Clem is going to have a very clean cleanup of that aggression, and now going to try and get on in, but unfortunately he gets completely surrounded by Zerglings. That was not the engagement that Clem was hoping to do. He was hoping to roast up 8-10 drones for supper tonight, but unfortunately goes home empty-handed.
Yeah, it was a brave maneuver overall, sending all those Hellions across, right, even with these Ravagers still on his sitting in front of his natural base. But yeah, as you said, that surround, man, that was quite something else. I'm always a bit anxious when I see those siege tanks actually versus the Ravagers. Of course, only 3 biles and they will fall down. Yeah. But yeah, Clem keeping them safe.
Whew. So, how are we going to transition here? It looks like it's just going to be 1-1 melee on the way for Ragnarok. So not even going to commit too far into that Roach Ravager production, just going to switch into Lingbane, getting into that very mobile, very light style. It's going to be a good position here for Ragnarok as he tries to get things rolling further and further. But Clem's able to get out to his 3rd base, so more than likely that income advantage that Ragnarok is taking very briefly is going to be shifting back in his favor very quickly.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. We do see that Ragnarok overall traded efficiently there, right, versus Clem. It's still a little bit scary, of course. He doesn't have that much at the moment in order to hold really big stim attacks. He doesn't have Mutalisk now, of course. They are rather delayed. He doesn't. But I believe he may have. No, of course he doesn't. He doesn't have bailing speed either, right? So that's a rough one. A good little engagement there, though, from the Biles and the Zerglings. Does manage to get a couple of those Marinas, but ultimately Clem will keep on pushing forwards. Now we
start this little dance here that Zerg and Terran. I mean, this is the tale as old as time, the song as old as rhyme. The nice bio with Medevac, just kind of picking away at the creep, trying to slow down the Zerg player from moving out onto the map. But Ragnarok getting a nice grip on his creep spread, starting to work up towards that top side as well, but leaving a little bit of that bottom exposed. But I kind of like that for Ragnarok. Tactically, that's going to be an okay position for him to try and leave open and force Clem into to try and get on top of that 4th base. It's very wide open, lots of place to get around and try and surround those tanks, exactly like this. only no baneling speed as of yet, and I don't believe it's not even in production at this point. So maybe a bit of an oversight, or maybe he feels like he doesn't need it, but with that Spire on the way, you absolutely need baneling speed for that Mutiling Bane, so it feels like a missed opportunity, at least for now.
Maybe he's just looking to get himself as many Mutalisks as possible for the time being. And, I mean, it looks like he's doing okay against just the pure Marines, right? Perhaps it's a little bit of luck that Clem has not brought those siege tanks along for just now, and only now sending them across. That definitely, you know, if those siege tanks were there together with those Marines, those Banelings, they would be getting pummeled every single time they try to move forwards, right? Not just a single shot will be made, and then ultimately you finally get your Banelings a little bit closer to those Marines. You will be able to get 2, maybe 3 shots on those Banelings before they get anywhere near the actual Terran army. Oh, that is a big run by here, though. That is why Clem was keeping those siege tanks back at home. A good read there from Ragnarok. At the same time, he will be losing his, what's that, the 4th base. Clem does manage to save his 3rd base, so overall a nice little moment here for Clem as he's just moving forward. It's looking rather horrendous. Now Baneling speed starts up. I think it may have been an oversight indeed. Oh, maybe now he's realizing, you know what, actually, I probably should have gotten this regardless. The Mutalisk not going to safeguard me against this type of stuff.
Yeah, he's just going to shove on forward here. This is the lack of that Baneling speed, and now it's coming up. There's just nothing to pressure these Marines. I mean, just look how bold these Marines are, just standing right on creep, right in the entrance of that base. He's able to stutter step backwards. Some great pick-off micro on those Marines, getting on top of everything, and Clem just makes it look really simple here in game number 1. Ragnarok slipping on his tech, and unfortunately, he pays for it in the end. GG.
Yeah, probably not getting the damage that he was looking for either with those roaches. Of course, those roaches and Ravagers, that's still quite a bit of gas investing, right? And the gas in particular, quite important for the, oh my god, Ragnarok. Yeah, he was doing like, oh, in his hair. He was rather upset about himself there, I think. Not forgetting, forgetting the Baneling speed quite clearly. It is, in fact, such a significant upgrade indeed. So that's a bit of a bummer. That is a bit of a bummer. And yeah, Clem taking full advantage of that. I think for a moment there he was like, do I try to push in here? Do I try to commit? Because that Baneling speed, why is it still not done yet? You know what? Let's bring all the siege tanks. Let's just get this ball rolling into my favor, and beautifully doing so.
Well, we're going to have to see what happens here in game number 2. We are going to be setting up for that second game. I really feel as if that was kind of the tipping point here for Ragnarok. Not getting that upgrade for his Baneling speed, and he can't afford that against a player like Clem, who feels really comfortable with his Marine micro. And the moment that Clem saw that, he's like, all right, I'm just going to push forward. You don't have anything to stop me. I'm just going to bulldoze you over. So Death Aura LE is going to be our next map. I think Ragnarok has the ability to be able to push back and secure a game to win, but now he's going to have to do it on the back foot with a little bit of pressure on him. He doesn't want to just get sent to the elimination match so quickly where he'll have to go up against another European Terran who is just as comfortable with the scrappy play and that really quick micro. So this is an important game for Ragnarok.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if he doesn't go for this one either, I mean, he's still gonna have to go right. He's gonna have to go either up against uthermal or TY. Both plays rather dangerous. But I mean, like you said, if he goes into that loser bracket, uthermal, and then he's gonna have to go up against either TY again, anyway, or Clem one more time. So probably wants to avoid that.
We are jumping on in, and I'm going to encourage everybody when we bring this back up, especially you too, Kozan. We're going to watch Ragnarok here. When his player cam, when he's playing, he is like a statue. He just doesn't even move. So the game is going to be, let's see if we can catch him blinking or even wiggling at all in this game. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, our blue Terran up 1-0 for Team Liquid. Give it up for Clem.
In the top left side, we have a red Zerg player fighting for Alpha X. Oh, what a great team. He is Ragnarok. What a logo.
Yeah, a little bit of life there. Yeah, we're just gonna play the game. Is it a picture or is it a video? Nobody knows. Well, we know. We know, but do we really know?
Okay, so, I mean, Ragnarok. I would be surprised if he tries to do another bit of the roach aggression, but at the same time, it's one of the quickest way to try and get some sort of a little edge, right? And I feel like that's what you want as Ragnarok versus Clem. As, well, not specifically Clem, but just somebody on the caliber of Clem, which aren't a lot of people, to be fair. But yeah, just manage to wiggle yourself into a little bit more of an advantageous position at the start of the game is just gonna be quite important to do so. Otherwise, going on an equal footing into the mid game, into the late game, I mean, that is gonna just be an extremely rough fight overall. Maintaining a bit of a lead. It's gonna allow you to have more Banelings, Zerglings versus those Marine Siege Tanks. Gonna get more efficient trading, means you keep more alive, means that your advantage slowly grows over time. And hopefully, of course, at least as long as Clem doesn't go into overdrive and just suddenly trades as efficiently as humanly possible, which, you know what, he does do sometimes. So keep an eye out for that one as well.
I also will be interested to see how Ragnarok wants to advance forward in his macro play. I feel like in that first game, obviously staying on 2 bases to get that quick roach push out really delayed his economy and really didn't get the damage that he was hoping to do off of that 7 roach push. So I'm interested to see if he's going to go into a similar path here for game number 2, or if he is going to try to get that macro up just a little bit quicker, maybe go into the Ling Bane a little faster off of 3 bases. But as it sits right now, Reaper going to try and delay that as much as humanly possible. Here goes that drone at a lot more reasonable timing. But the Zerglings need to go with that queen. It's very, very greedy, I think, to just let that queen try to zone out the Reaper. It's going to take a little bit longer, but he will be able to get that taken care of. 3rd base goes down, and we're going to see a little bit more economic focus here for Ragnarok.
Yeah. You know what else I'm noticing is that he continuously goes for the 6 links. At the first game, I thought that may be a mistake going for 6 links, but he's doing it here again, and that's interesting. Oh, Clem. Oh, he's not going to get it this time. Yeah, 2 queens, just barely going to be enough. Clem not close by to see that creep tumor go down this time around. That's a very small window of opportunity. Not quite catching it that time around.
No, Ragnarok got bullied in the lunch yard last game, so he brought his big friend to protect him this time. So these queens not going to let Clem come and shake him down again in game number 2, because that adds on to it as well. So some of those first creep tumors are so important for Zerg to feel comfortable to push out and get that economic lead and connection between their 3 bases. So Ragnarok wants to be a lot more aggressive in protecting this time around. So yeah, those queens already coming out in a better position. That Roach Warren's still very early, though. We might just see an adaptation of this, and we do. It's going to be another big Roach push here. That 3rd base is just going to be done a little bit faster. I like this adjustment by Ragnarok.
Yeah, Ragnarok, he is still getting some roaches, but it looks like it's more so defensive now, right? Against the Hellions and such. Perhaps, although, you know, that is still quite a couple of them. Did go straight back into the drones, though, afterwards. Okay, will still move across the fields here.
That scout is going to be really, really good by Clem once again. So we'll be able to adjust, poke around. A Liberator going to try and siege up here in the natural, but a very good spore placement will damage that significantly. The Queen should be able to shoo that off with relative ease, although Clem is just going to target fire those drones knowing that that will go down. So 3 workers does get taken. That's not a bad position for Clem to deal damage from, but it's now going to be this defense that he's got to try and find a way to hold. Where is the tank? The tank is not yet done. It's just only now being built on the high ground, but we'll be able to get to the ramp and to secure itself before these units are able to pull on in. But he's got to try and hold this wall, and the door is open.
Yeah, does manage to position himself rather nicely well at siege tanks. He does lose 10 workers here, though. So, I mean, Ragnarok less aggressive overall, but finds a lot more damage this time around. Bringing a lot of Zerglings here in the fray as well. I'm kind of surprised that 11 workers went down in that engagement right there. Clem rather anxious with that siege tanks, of course. That was a definitive hit squad meant to just gun down siege tanks with those Ravagers. So took Clem a little bit to find a place where he could put that down safely. Lay attack behind this on the way, as well as the 2 Evo chambers. This is now where Ragnarok has kind of delayed himself in again, right? So once more the upgrades, once more the overall technology tree, a little bit delayed. But the Bailing Nest and the lay attack about on the same path, so he's going to be able to start up the Bailing speed relatively quickly. Relatively soon, not quickly.
But I like this better for Ragnarok because his worker count is so much more healthy than it was in game number 1. He's got that 26 worker count lead. He's already getting his 4th base on site. Everything is going a little bit better for Ragnarok this game. I think this was the push he was hoping for, and we got that Baneling speed upgrade. So Ragnarok basically just playing a better version of his game number 1 strategy. I didn't think it was necessarily bad in game number 1. It was just bad execution. So hopefully Ragnarok has learned the errors of his ways. It seems like he has, being a little bit more deliberate about how he wants to advance here. So now he should feel a bit more confident trying to hold off his opponent. But this is going to be an unfortunate wraparound here, getting on top of those Ravagers. And this is a tight little window that he's going to have to try and push his opponent off of.
Yeah, a big counterattack also in Clem's 3rd base right now, but this is really the more important part, of course. The Banelings being very disciplined, not going for those easy targeted Hellions. Nice micro though from Clem here, being able to subdue the Baneling count rather nicely. It's going to go straight into the main base, it looks like. Does he not have the medevac boost? Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to be patient in case they needed to chase away from Queens pushing up in the main. But the slow Banelings, much easier to deal with right now. Dealing with just 2 medevacs worth of Marines with slow Banes on creep is much more doable. But now that the Centrifugal Hooks upgrade is complete, Ragnarok will be able to zone and defend this push from Clem. He is in a much better position in this game, not only confidence-wise, but supply-wise. He's up 20. He's continuing to advance his economy forward. And now mutas are starting to hit the field.
Yeah, Mutalisk on the way. A lot more drones there being produced as well for Ragnarok. It's coming to an end time then for the medevac Marine harassment here, of course. Didn't get that much work done. Ragnarok, as you said, looking pretty darn good right now. Medevacs have to move backwards, as we're seeing right now, and Clem is going to have to do more dedicated pushes if he does want to get himself across the fields here, I would say. He's going to have to bring some siege tanks along if he really wants to have some staying power. Or, you know what, risk just getting his medevac sniped by those Mutalisk, of course, if he does still want to go for some sort of harassment.
It feels like these mutas are just going to do their best to keep Clem back at home. There's a lot of defense on Clem's side of the map. Those medevacs and Marines will be able to reposition themselves and do enough to keep Ragnarok honest so he doesn't just leap on in. But all things considered, that's where Ragnarok wants Clem. He wants him back at home so that way he can start getting his creep spread out onto the map. He can start advancing forward, getting that 5th base up on the top side. And if he can get a nice little pick off, like especially right here, he can grab a couple of those tanks. This is just really nice icing on the cake, and he's going to get one for sure. The second one not going to quite fall. This is kind of dangerous territory. He kind of wandered into the valley of death there for a moment, but manages to get out, loses only one. Pretty decent.
Yeah, you saw how Clem was gunning for it, right? That was so cool to see, just those Marines on the top side moving back and forth together with those Mutalisks. being like, all right, to the left, to the right, to the left. Okay, I'm gonna catch them, and just barely being able to find a way out of there for Ragnarok. I think Mapu just showcased this as well. The creep spread is not that significant at the moment just quite yet, right? Also, already Hive Tech on the way here for Ragnarok as well. I wonder where he is planning to take this into. Could just be straight into Ultralisk, most likely, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see that. He's getting onto that 5-base economy now as his 5th base is finished up. He'll be able to grab that extra gas here very soon, and we'll be able to afford that and still be able to trade efficiently as he can. I mean, Mutiling Bane isn't the most efficient way to play Zerg, but he is mobile. He is able to get some of these nice pickoffs. And at this point, he's maxed out. He will be able to get those Banelings in, and I think he's going to start trying to be extra aggressive here. But Clem moving out onto the map, really, really hungry for those Mutalisk kills. More Zerglings and Banelings will be able to help set that into place, and a 6th base getting set as well. Ragnarok in a much better position here in game number 2.
Yeah, but that army supply for Clem, I mean, it has been building, right? It is rather impressive. 125 versus 110. Ragnarok, he may want to try and take a fight somewhere else instead of right in front of his base, so he may have some more time to recuperate. He's going to go for the counter-attack here. It looks like those Widow Mines, massive connections, though. The Banelings need to work overtime now to really get themselves the worth of this attack, but it doesn't look like it gets anything done. And Ragnarok immediately having to recreate 66 Zerglings, giving Clem more time to push forwards with this attack that is coming closer and closer to the 4th and, well, 5th base of Ragnarok.
But look at that Baneling count. There's just so many Banelings here going to come pouring on forward. Ragnarok has to be careful. Yeah, that high ground, there is that risk that those Widow Mines lie in wait, and there is one tank, so he doesn't want to just toss that away. But going to be able to jump on top of these 2 missile turrets will be huge, and that will give those Mutas free reign of that mineral line. He will be able to try and clean that up. But a couple of Widow Mines and reinforcing Marines will shove that back and away. So good coverage by Clem. That tank getting a lot of damage done, picking off so many of those Banelings for free. Ragnarok's got to be careful.
44 kills.
Oh, it's got so many. And it's going to continue to get more here as it gets on top. 53 kills goes down. That's so many Banelings, though. Finally, it will get cleaned off. But 55, 57 kills is an insane number for that one tank. That is the MVP of this match, and Clem has got to be feeling really good because it's just completely shanked Ragnarok's economy and his army count.
Yeah, Clem now is just moving forwards. 112 army supply available for him. Massive splits as well. This is going to be very difficult for Ragnarok to clean up. Basically, it feels like he may want to... Well, you know what? Actually, it's doing okay. Clem's army, it doesn't look like it's all here, right? It must be still a lot back at home, scared of some sort of a counterattack, potentially also coming across the fields, which isn't a bad idea for Ragnarok there, because, well, it looks like he will be taking damage here. And in these moments, you kind of are looking to make damage yourself. In the main base as well, it looks like there was a Liberator, I believe, that did get picked off right there. And we have some Widow Mines with another siege tank moving forwards here. This base should be able to be safe, though. This is, yeah, with the Ultralisk now out as well. Clem's gonna have to change up his army a little bit, right? Still quite reliant on the Marines. May want to incorporate a couple more Marauders with this.
Well, and it seems like he's doing exactly that. He's got 4 Marauders in the production tab right now, so those tech labs are going to start kicking in overdrive. He's just getting some really great Widow Mine shots off on these army units of Ragnarok. Ragnarok has to be careful he doesn't just continue to blindly engage up that ramp, because right now Clem absolutely wants to live there. He's setting up camp. He's putting down all he needs here, and this choke is not where Ragnarok wants to fight. He needs to get away from that ramp. I know he wants to try and hold that 6th base in the top right, but this is not the kind of trades he can afford.
Yeah, it almost makes you think that maybe Zerg should just try to prioritize taking out those rooks, right? Opening up this location. If this is where you want to expand to, if you want to take it into the late game, this is such a great place for the Terran to continuously push through. And by opening up those rooks, it makes it a lot easier for the Zerglings, the Banelings, the Ultralisk to to, well, be a little bit more careful of the Widow Mines and such. Mapu showing what is important, though. That income advantage there for Ragnarok has been shining through a little bit here. And Clem, I mean, he has not been able to do any significant damage here, has he? He hasn't killed a base, hasn't killed a large amount of the drones, and Ragnarok just sitting comfortably on his bases, being able to reproduce continuously.
Well, and I think it's interesting that Clem hasn't really transitioned to tech-wise yet. We haven't seen any ghosts. We haven't seen liberators come popping out yet. And both of those very, very effective against this army composition of Clem. But Ragnarok going to try and take his maxed out army and get some more damage done. These Banelings looking for those juicy targets here. In fact, they're just going to roll on by. They want to find workers. They are going to get for those mineral lines, knock down those walls, and create more paths for these Lings and these Ultras to get on in. And those Banelings just continuing to barrel on forward. But that was a bit of a meat grinder for those Banelings. But they will be able to get in, get on top of all of those targets. And now those Ultras will be able to get into this main base and be relatively unopposed. A couple of Marauders wedged in there will be able to take care of one of those. But it's going to be a lot of damage dealt as the Mutas come flying in as well.
I think we may have found ourselves a victory move here. Win condition for the circuit can be very often just get yourself on top of the production. There it is. GG is called. Ragnarok taking game number 2, tying up the series here. Clem got himself in a bit of trouble there.
And that was, I think, the game that not only all of us expected Ragnarok to play game number 1, but especially Ragnarok expected that to go that way in game number 1. So he's got to be feeling good with the push potential there. I think it was on Clem really not transitioning into Ghosts and Liberators to deal with those larger Ultralists and being able to shut down Ragnarok's push potential, because exactly that. He finally had enough and said, all right, I've got enough Banelings. I've got enough of the supporting army here. I'm just going to push forward and you're not going to be able to stop me. And once he was able to get that done, the Mutas were able to come in and just close the deal out. So now we are going to get a game number 3. Remember, Kozan, this is our last best of 3 for this group. This is shaping up to be a fun group. We're going to slip into best of 5s after this, and I think we're in for some really awesome StarCraft.
Yeah, all these players showing that they have what it takes to carry their weight through this group right now. And I mean, it's been going back and forth continuously, right? Uthermal being able to take a game off of TY, Ragnarok taking a game off of Clem here. The players that seem to be the lesser likely players to advance right now are fighting back, and they are fighting back with a vengeance, making these games very, very close. And, well, game number 3 is going to be a deciding factor here of who gets to get a chance to qualify a little bit sooner than the rest of the group. In the bottom right side, we have that blue Frenchman from Team Liquid. He is the young lad indeed. He is Clem.
And spawning in the top left, playing for Alpha X, our red Zerg player. Make some noise for Ragnarok.
Okay, so far we have been seeing Ragnarok going for that earlier aggression, right? Going for those roaches and going for that type of harassment-orientated style in the early part of the game. Try to get damage done. Clem took a significant blow, of course, there. And those initial engagements are very important in deciding what will happen in the later parts, right? These pro players, they know how to take one of those advantages and just not let it go continuously, just enlarging that advantage overall. Now, Clem, of course, also very good at trying to retake those advantages and almost making it work out as well. I had my toes curled up there for Ragnarok. I thought that was not quite going to work out for him anymore with Clem on that ramp area right there in front of his 4th and 5th base. I thought that was gonna go into Clem's favor ultimately, but Ragnarok holding on, and I think that would have gone differently if we didn't see Clem losing, like, what was that? 8% of his economy at that moment in time, if not, no, wait, it's even more, right? It's like, I don't even know. It's too many percentage to count, Rushy.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track of all of the different ways that it could go, but that's what makes StarCraft so interesting and engaging, because there are so many things to think about. And of course, we think that we're having fun trying to come up with those things, but imagine how our players feel as they are not only trying to calculate all of that in their head, but they're also trying to play the game at the same time. So
yeah.
So it'll be I think that I think we are in for, sorry, tripping over my tongue there for a moment. I think we are in for a good game number 3 here, as these two players are going to try and, I think, run more or less the exact same builds that they did in game number 1 and 2. I like both of the play styles for both of the players. Clem didn't play that poorly in game number 2. I just think, unfortunately, he didn't get to a position where he could have felt to get those upgrades going, but already is going to make a bit of an adjustment here, getting those quick third command centers even before the 3-minute mark. I do think that this could be very good for him.
This is quite something, right? Considering how aggressive Ragnarok is being in this early game, I hope this is going to work out for him. It's a little bit of a gamble, but ultimately, if it works out, this is going to put him well, this is going to skyrocket into an advantage for him, of course. Still trying to catch those creep tumors here. Not going to get them this time around either. Trying to figure out if there are still drones being made. Seeing these drones rotate towards the natural base, that on its own already a nice indicator here for Clem that, in fact, it is still looking like it's drone time. Palooza for Ragnarok, and Ragnarok going for a quick lay attack. So, you know what? Changing it up a little bit here, and that is rather interesting. Now, Clemmy did see, of course, that there was no Roach Warren down just quite yet. There's no third base down just quite yet, so he has to keep his options open. Is he gonna make a wrong decision here? It looks like he may, because we're seeing that Banshee on the production tab here. Rushy, I feel like he is expecting another Roach attack, and honestly, I was about to advise, like, this could be great for him, right? Just go for Banshees. He's seen Ragnarok twice now going for those Roaches. Don't let him get away with those Roaches again. Just get yourself a Banshee. And now Ragnarok really playing into this, having a little bit of a build order advantage here, I would say.
Oh, this is incredibly a 2-base Muta build. He's got 4 gases, and I actually played this build a lot myself. I really enjoy this. This is going to have Mutas across the map at a very quick moment where Clem might not be expecting this on the horizon, especially since he has not seen that early lair. So the Spire already down is going to be working in. Denying vision is going to be so important for Ragnarok right now. And honestly, against an early 3rd CC, this could be very strong timing for Ragnarok, because Clem's investing in that economy. He's not going to have as many Marines as he might otherwise if he was just getting that normal 3rd base. So I kind of like this. I think this has got a lot of potential, but Ragnarok has to strike at the right time. If he gets scouted, or if Clem holds him back long enough, Clem's going to have more than enough Marines to be able to shove this back. He'll actually end up having the perfect army to deal with that push, and it could all fall apart for Ragnarok. So he's got potential, though.
Yeah, he certainly has. I mean, when we didn't just see Clem invest into the 3rd base, we saw him invest into the double engineering base as well right now, getting +1/+1. Also, he invested into the Banshee, right? So, I mean, this is just a scary moment in time here for Clem. Now, he hasn't seen any Roaches just quite yet going across the field, so I do believe that he has figured it out quite a bit here, as we are seeing Widow Mines in the production tab. So it looks like he is just turning the wheel as quickly as he can, trying to prepare for the potential Mutalisk that could be on the horizon in his eyes. And, well, we know that they're coming. Yeah, for him, it's still a little bit of a question mark, but it's becoming a clearer and clearer picture. Right now, he knows for certain, and he knows he's taking the right turn, trying to get out as many of these Widow Mines as possible, sending these Hellions back into this location right here, perhaps trying to buy some more time to prepare for those Mutalisk.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the Mutas actually do get scouted by the Hellions, so Ragnarok makes the right call to just clean up the Hellions. He's lost the element of surprise, so at least now he can clean up the pressure out on his side of the map. But this is kind of what I was talking about here, Kozan. If this does end up getting scouted, now Clem has thrown down 3 or 4 turrets. He's going to be able to cover all of those mineral lines with pretty great efficiency. So Ragnarok can come in here, but he's going to have to deal with turrets, going to have to deal with mines, and the Marines are in good position. Clem's going to be able to hold this off and be just fine. Now Ragnarok has to find a way to advance forward economically, but look at those worker counts, 70 to 68. That is way too close for Ragnarok when Clem has mules at his disposal.
Yeah, that was such a quick adjustment here from Clem. I mean, that was just thoroughly impressive. Realizing that it's too late for those roaches to be moving across the field, and yeah, even before seeing the Mutalisk, right, it looked like he was already transitioning here very, very quickly. And then also just the Widowmine placement as well, right, anticipating where they were coming from. It's not like he has Widowmines all over his bases. It's like maybe 4 at that time. And, well, the Mutalisk flew into 2 of them. So, very well done there by Clem, anticipating the movement there and being able to force... Oh, my God, how does he do it?
God, just every single time I just wince because it's so much damage. Yeah, they repair quickly out of battle, but just hurts. Now, we do have Mutiling Bane. This is a nice, I hate to call it transition because this is kind of always where it was going to lead, but, nice pick off there. The fast Overseer helping aid with that, and he's got enough mutas where he can just one-shot those mines until they have a little bit more armor upgrade on their side, but... 2-2 on the way. Mutiling Bane will be the tech path of choice. And Ragnarok's just going to try and clean up and slow down this push out to the 4th base. But he's got to find a way to get on top of Clem, because if Clem gets situated with that 4th base and drops down a planetary fortress, Clem's economy is going to start spiraling out of control, and Ragnarok is going to have a difficult time getting a clear advantage in the game. He's going to be forced to play a really long one against his opponent.
Yeah, I mean, the Mutalisk never really did any damage. In fact, he lost quite a couple of them due to the Widowmines there, of course. But ultimately, he's not in an horrendous spot. As long as he kind of holds on against this aggression right now. Please tell me he didn't forget Baneling Speeder. We do see the Banelings rolling around. That could have been a game ender right there again. But he's getting himself the infestation pit. He's looking all right on the upgrades as well at this moment in time. And he still has enough forces here to feel comfortable to send some across the field for some harassment. Doesn't quite get anything though, so that is a bit unfortunate. But yeah, he just needs to hold on here for a little bit longer, get himself in that later game tech.
Well, this is
okay
push here. The Banelings on the bottom side, though, that makes it a great push. Now, 1 Thor will get left behind here. That will get picked off by all of those mutas, and reinforcements here will get cleaned up on creep. Ragnarok being very careful not to actually toss those Banelings away onto the high armor targets of those Thors, because that Thor will just tickle at the thought of like 20 or 30 Banes crashing into it. And Ragnarok needs to make sure that always connects with bio. If he gets lackadaisical with it like he did in game number 1, he's going to be in a bad position. And honestly, just having those Banelings out on the map off of creep is just not where he wants to be right now. So he needs to try and recollect himself, trying to get that creep spread a little bit more secured, grabbing that 5th base down on the left-hand side, which is kind of interesting. Very far removed from the army engagements of Clem as it sits. Both armies are pretty much maxed out at this point. Having an answer for these Widow Mines is still kind of the question here for Ragnarok, but some good engagements on these Banes will allow everything to roll forward. That is not what he needed, though. So many of those Banelings popping to Widow Mine shots, and somehow still making the most of it. Clem's army count does dwindle just a little bit.
Yeah, he just barely had enough Ragnarok here, and I suppose Clem as well, right, to hold on. But I think overall, a lot of those Banelings connecting to the Thor, getting that picked off right now, it isn't the prettiest sight, but overall, he just barely had, like, what was it, 6, maybe 5 Banelings, still enough to force those Marines backwards, allowing the Mutalisk to take out all of those Marauders. And the Marauders, they are going to be very important as we have that Hive Tech right now available for Ragnarok. I would anticipate the Ultralisk coming out pretty soon as well here. Where are they, though? Where are the Ultralisk? Did he start an Ultralisk Kevin? I was kind of just assuming that it would be coming up, but I don't think he has it just quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, without that 5th base gas, I think he's worried about the gas economy that he has, so I think he's holding off on it for a brief moment. He is getting that adrenal glands upgrade, though, so his Zerglings are going to be a lot more powerful. I think he truly does need that 5th base gas before he's going to really start investing into those Ultralisks. He's doing a nice job of keeping his bank rather low, especially considering how these engagements are going, but this is not a good place. He needs to keep those mutas alive. Again, to that point, he doesn't have the gas bank to be able to replace those high-value targets, so he is going to have to try and replace those mutas. He's got 4 more on the way. Adrenal glands and 3/3 incoming as well. That will help aid in this.
Yeah, not that many Bane Insider on the map right now. Again, right, also because of that gas disparity. Trying to get himself some more gas guys would be beneficial. I mean, he has 91 workers. There's no real reason not to. I'm just hoping it's not, again, something that he may have forgotten about. As Ragnarok, I mean, he is playing incredibly well recently, but mistakes like these, they are rather rough to see. They are rather game-ending when it goes the wrong way for too long. Okay, this Widowmine here, let's see how well it connects. Oh, not too incredible.
I like Clem's positioning, though, provided he can hold this down, and I think he will be able to keep Ragnarok at bay. He's got 4 command centers in production. He's going to have so many bases to work with. More than likely, we'll probably see a mixture of orbital commands and planetary fortresses to secure not only positioning on the map, but to secure that nice economy lead, because his mineral income is so high. I mean, peaking almost at one point, almost up to 4K minerals, which is very, very good for the Terran player. And honestly, Ragnarok not going into that late game tech just yet is a great situation for Clem. That means Clem doesn't have to worry about getting ghosts. He doesn't have to worry about getting those liberators. He can just stay on his Marine Marauder medevac count and engage fine against this largely Lingbane army of Ragnarok. So it'll be interesting to see how long it takes for things to transition. But as I say that, now Clem, he's going to actually lose that base. Takes all of the Banelings to get that done. 2 more going to try and get more of those SCVs. They better keep running. They do get picked off. 10 SCVs go down. But the Ghost Academy is already on the field. Now we see chitinous plating on the way for Ragnarok. Ragnarok's going to now start moving into those Ultralisks, and I believe Clem's going to be ready for it.
Yeah, it's an interesting style from Ragnarok, right? Prioritizing the upgrades for the Zerglings instead of just going straight into the late game technology. I mean, Zerglings, they do get so incredibly feisty as soon as they have those +3/+3 and adrenal glands, as we're seeing right now. Look at how quickly they are cleaning up those SCVs right here. On top of the production, gonna trade out rather efficiently up until the moment when Clem retreats. But you know what? He is retreating with his entire force here, buying Ragnarok more time, and now we are seeing, well, only a single Ultralisk on the production tab, but I would imagine, yeah, there we go, 4 of them getting produced. So he's getting ready. Another planetary falls. Clem is struggling. 55 workers at the moment only remain.
I think actually Clem didn't respect that army of Ragnarok that went into the main base because it killed off so much production, and then that opened up Clem's planetary fortress on the bottom left-hand corner of his base. And so now this is a really awkward position for Clem. He's had a lot of his economy kind of stilted. He's got plenty of bases, so he will be able to float on site, but now it's going to be command centers and orbital commands, which are not as easily defensible. So he's going to be more open to those run-bys. And actually, the armory burns down. He's going to lose access to that. I don't think he lost the upgrade, so the upgrade was allowed to complete, but that's still pretty damaging for Clem to let that go. A nice engagement here on the top side of the map. Those mutas going to get more damage done. Banelings trying to find that marine underbelly, but unfortunately they will not be able to connect just yet. The Ultras and Lings will be able to chase that in tow, though.
Yeah, these Marines, they have nowhere to go right now. This planetary fortress Okay, reinforcements and the planetary looks like that will be enough to make Ragnarok reconsider his options here. But looking at the supply right now, Ragnarok has all the ropes in his hands, and Clem, he is struggling to hold on by a thread. It is looking rougher by the minutes, and Clem, he is pushing Ragnarok out of his main base right now. He is still kind of maintaining some sense of oh god, look at the HD loss on those Marines though. They are going to go down so incredibly quickly. One chomp of an Ultralist and half Clem's army is going to be gone. Clem trying his best to hold on, but everything is falling apart for him here. And another planetary GG is called. Ragnarok takes game number 3 and 2-1 versus Clem right now. Can you believe it, Rushy? I was not expecting this whatsoever, and here he is, Ragnarok. Oh my god, what a play. What a play indeed. Some fantastic style overall, and truly redeeming the fact that he forgot his bailing speed in game number 1.
I just want to put it out there. I mean, I don't think that's exactly how we expected this to go. But Ragnarok's ZVT has been rather strong. I mean, just even in the last week, 2-0 over Innovation, 2-0 over Cure. He has been playing some very, very good StarCraft. And as a result of that, he's going to be moving forward now into our winners match to face off against TY. And that is going to be another tall order. But I feel like this was a great warm-up match for him. He's got ZVT on the brain. He's ready to go. Clem is going to have to go down and face Uthermal, and that could be a very interesting matchup there. A European Terran brawl where Clem's TVT has been improving. He's been getting better at that, but I would say it is still maybe his weakest matchup by far. And against an opponent like Uthermal, who knows that, might try to take advantage of it and pull a quick one. But how crazy would that be to see Clem get out of this group in last place? I mean, that seems unfathomable.
And yeah, you mean that he loses, right? So, it's rough. It is rough. I thought that Clem, you know, he would have a good shot at going out first in a positive way, right? Advancing into the playoffs as the first player here, but ultimately, yeah, it is rather rough. That was one hell of a series though from Ragnarok, being able to keep the run bys going, keep his bases safe as well. Clem had no real possibility to get himself across the field and get any significant damage dealt. Ragnarok just being too on top of things, keeping the aggression on the other side, and trading out efficiently as well. Sometimes you see Zergs, when they are being too aggressive against a Terran, just not quite being able to get themselves a victory, right? Just banging their head into a wall ultimately until they fall over themselves, which really was not the case there.
All right. Well, it is going to be a setup here for our winners match. It's going to be TY versus Ragnarok. We're going to get ourselves another TVZ. We're going to take a short break, but when we return, it's going to be more StarCraft coming at you. We're also going to run a quick ad. We've got some great sponsors here in our tournament, and of course one of them is G Fuel, a great sponsor here for Alpha X, helping us provide not only this kind of premier level StarCraft 2 content to you, but all the way down to our community events. So we're gonna hear a short word from them. We're gonna take a short break, and then when we return, our winners match between TY and Ragnarok. You guys are watching Group B of the King of Battles International Championship right here on twitch.tv/AlphaXSC2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right after this.
You know G Fuel is the official drink of esports, and right now they're inviting you to take a trip down memory flavor lane with their new G Fuel bubblegum flavor. It's their newest mind-boggling concoction made with 0 sugars and packed with antioxidants and vitamins. Get transported back in time with this classic taste of childhood while getting the energy and focus you've come to expect from G Fuel products. Check out their sponsor quests on the event page for more information on how to get your hands on G Fuel's nostalgic take on a time-tested favorite. G Fuel. Now let's get back to some StarCraft.
and welcome back to our Group B coverage of the King of Battles International Championship right here on twitch.tv/alphaxsc2. My name is Rushy. I'm here with Kozan, and we are ready to bring you the winner's match here in Group B. It's going to be TY versus Ragnarok. I will admit, I think we might all feel a little surprised. I don't think TY was a surprise for this, but Ragnarok playing some very good games against Clem, sending him to the elimination match, and sets us up for another ZVT.
Yeah, it was maybe a little bit of a slight bit of uniqueness as well in his play, right? Not the exact stuff that we are used to be seeing from a lot of the Europeans. Although, to be fair, looking at what we saw yesterday from Serral, it did have some remarkable similarities, right? Serral also sticking to the mutiling bailing strategy for a really long time and making it work into his favor. Also, well, I suppose Serral then afterwards going more so into the Ling Bane Hydra, which is the opposite of what we saw from Ragnarok. But, well, will he be able to make it work as well versus TY, of course? That is the real question right here. TY, an entirely different beast from Clem, an entirely different playstyle. Here we are. We're starting things off with this best of 5 on Death Aura. In the top left side, there's that blue Terran. The main weapon is his mind. He is, from a Freak of Freaks, TY.
And spawning in the bottom right, playing for Alpha X, our red Zerg player. Make some noise for Ragnarok. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
And Mapu's just like, yeah, you're going to talk about him a little bit more. He's the Alpha X boy, you know.
I know you guys love him.
You love him. You want more of him. And
that's right.
He, I think, is warmed up and ready to go. I mean, those games against Clem weren't insanely long. That series kind of shored itself up in a nice way. So that Ragnarok could be in a good position here to go up against TY. Now, the change here is that this is now a best of 5. So we are going to see that change in approach for both of our players. It'll be interesting to observe what changes we can see in terms of aggression, or maybe we're going to pull out some fun little timings. I wouldn't even be surprised to see TY get a little weird, maybe trying a proxy or two. That would actually be really kind of cool against these two opponents, but we'll have to see. I think TY is one of the more standard players. He's certainly capable of it, but I think his bread and butter is just good old-fashioned StarCraft 2, and I think we'll probably see a little bit of that.
Yeah, and we're actually seeing Ragnarok being the aggressor here, right? Getting a spawning pool first, getting the gas a little bit later, so it's just a little bit of pressure, hoping to keep that Reaper at home and allow him to just take it easy back at home himself. TY also, of course, making that command center on the low ground. The Lynx are actually moving around in order to try and avoid the SCV scout, but ultimately, of course, the SCV, I mean, it's going to see that hatchery and it's going to know, like, all right, well, those links are rather slow. Or, I mean, that hatchery is rather slow. There must be some links on the way across the field. So, ultimately, Ragnarok, I guess he's just mainly scouting here for proxies, right? I think that's just the main idea as well about the spawning pool. First, you're going to be able to hold back any type of a proxy Rex. So, luckily for TY, that's not what he was going for this time around. And Ragnarok here, you know, kind of utilizing the aggressive amount of Zerglings right there to get himself that quicker third base as well.
Yep, and this is where, once again, just gonna... Oh, he didn't have the minerals. Okay, didn't want to accidentally throw that away for the Reaper, just kind of poking down. That makes sense. So, yeah, this is what he struggled with in game number 1 with Clem, was not getting that third base out on time if he wants to get into that mutiling Bane style. It's good for him to get that base down on time. And now we are going to be on the lookout, I would say, for that Roach Warren. He ran the exact same Roach opening 3 times at Clem. 2 times it worked. I wonder if TY will get the same treatment, but it looks like, nope, he's just going to drone up, try and get himself in a nice economic position to do a little bit of Lingbane dance with his opponent.
Yeah, Ragnarok got himself quite heavily supply block there, actually. Getting to make 8 drones at the same time. I suppose that's the nice thing for Zerg, right? Those larvae, they do stack up, so ultimately you will be able to kind of recuperate in a sense. But ultimately, that is still a little bit rough, right? Not gonna have as much economy as he would have been otherwise able to have. He's gonna have to use those 2 queens to poke away the Hellions, and the Reaper doesn't want to overcommit off of creep, though, of course, as then the likelihood of a run-by is gonna increase quite heavily. Just kind of positioning himself on that ramp, and it looks like TY was paying attention as well to the previous series, also opening up with the Banshees right now, and getting himself an armory as well here. So this could be an interesting attack coming up for TY. Is this going to be a Hellbat Banshee attack? Oh my. Is that what's going to be happening?
I kind of love it. I mean, it's going to be very aggressive here, and for what Ragnarok has gone into, no roaches and only queens to help push this off. That kind of puts this in a good position for TY. He's going to have a really good aggression here. But now it's going to be all about positioning with those queens. Can the queens get on top of the Banshee? That Banshee cloak just now finishing up. Is there any detection here for Ragnarok? No. Not at least yet. He's got an Overseer on the way, but that is going to leave that third base completely exposed, so all of those drones will go down. One Spore does get put at the front of the Natural, so that will at least slow down the push into the Natural and the main base, but this third base is still rather exposed, and a lot of workers do get picked off. 6, all things considered, is a pretty decent amount of damage, and now the Queens are going to start falling as well. Some very good spreading of those Hellbats to try and avoid getting Banelings, but in this case, it's just Zerglings and Queens, and Ragnarok's able to clean it up at the cost of 6 or 7 drones. That could have been a lot worse for him. I think TY is walking away from that disappointed.
Yeah, Ragnarok overall doing all right with that hold. Doesn't take game-ending amounts of damage. Just a little bit of a hurting. Of course, you know, he did lose quite a couple of those links as well. Looking at the overall resources lost, TY still has those Banshees, so that is a potential threat. Ragnarok very quick, though, with the pull away here, keeping most of his drones alive. Very well done. And, oh man, did you see that? TY actually only cloaking the one Banshee that was low HP. That's kind of, you know, a little cute maneuver there, making sure that he doesn't waste energy unnecessarily on that other Banshee.
Yeah, look at that. We had a quick look at that unit's loss tab. It was a nice amount of drone kills, and the disparity in minerals lost was leaning in favor of TY. But I still feel rather confidently that TY kind of walked away the worst end of that engagement, because he had an opportunity, I believe, to actually pick off that third base. And if he's able to take down that third base, he could have maybe just secured himself the game at that point, because Ragnarok would be forced into a big push across the map. But instead, Ragnarok able to get that drone count back up, those Queens able to inject and get the blood pumping once again for Ragnarok. And now Mutas are out on the field. Those Banshees are going to have to be careful. Their time on this map is going to be very limited. But look at this beautiful mine spread. Ragnarok not able to just get in freely with these Mutas. They're going to have to work a little bit harder than that, but now the Banshee's going to try and pay for themselves.
Yeah, grabbing a Queen immediately already, getting a couple of those drones as well. And TY looks pretty secure at home, right, against these Mutalisks. Nice Widowmine hit there as well. It's going to allow just a small amount of Marines to force the rest of them backwards. And meanwhile, on the right side, we have another push. More Hellbats, most likely, with a good amount of Marines this time. That's a lot of damage, and just Zerglings. Okay, he does have Banelings on the way. Baneling speed also getting produced. That is another good thing. I'm not going to let up on that one until I see enough games where Ragnarok does not forget about that. We're going to have to wait and see. No Baneling speed just quite yet, but one Baneling does manage to get pretty nicely right on top of those Marines right there.
Picking off that
Matter of
medevac.
fact, also picked off. Yeah.
Yeah, picking that off is really, really good for Ragnarok. Anytime he can get those medevacs for low cost, that's huge pickups for him because it's just going to stunt TY and not allow him the opportunity to just pick up and rotate around the map. Again, controlling that map space and really getting out to deal that damage and be the person that, okay, now that I've stopped you, I'm going to push across the map. That's exactly where Ragnarok wants to play, especially against a solid player like TY, because exactly to my point, here comes yet another medevac with those mines, and they're going to continue trying to wrap around and deal more damage.
Okay, there is a significant amount of Zerglings, but the drilling claws, oh my dear lord, that was some nice connecting there onto the Zerglings and the Banelings. Retargeting a little bit there, of course. The Spore Crawlers helping out quite a bit here against those mines, but ultimately that wasn't all too bad for TY overall, getting some great connections onto those Zerglings. Not as many Banelings as he probably would have liked to get. Always more efficient to get the Banelings rather than the Zerglings, but still, beggars can't be choosers. Well, TY not really a beggar in this moment in time.
No, not at all.
He's sitting pretty high and mighty at the moment. So,
well, getting that fourth base out. Look at that worker count, 86. He's ahead of Ragnarok, and that's got to be a scary position for Ragnarok to play from because the Terran players got mules, so that 86 is probably a little bit closer to 96 with that constant mule production. And just even looking at the number on the board for that mineral income, it's usually either even or at a pretty slight advantage for TY. So overall, that's going to be a good position for him to try and exploit and play from, and more command centers being built on the map. Once TY is able to secure that fourth base like he has, he's able to just continue pushing forward, and now we're going to start seeing a TY that's going to be more empowered to deal these double-pronged aggressions being on multiple sides of the map, and he's going to try and make Ragnarok pay for trying to spread himself out.
Yeah, and Ragnarok, he isn't sitting still either, right? He is getting himself that hive tech right now, and I'm very curious to see whether or not he's going to go straight into the Ultralisk, or if he's going to try to stick to the more heavy Baneling style once more. This is a reasonable cleanup. Some great Widowmine hits, though, as well, occurring there for TY. And +2/+2 about to finish up for both these players as well. There's not that much creep spread here for Ragnarok also, right? We've been seeing this as a common occurrence as well in this game, or in the overall previous series between Ragnarok and Clem.
Yeah, it's definitely noticeable that it's not as expansive as it was in his series against Clem. I feel like it was a lot more, and that probably played into his success to be able to stay mobile on the map and own that map control as Clem was trying to push across. To TY's credit, though, I feel like he's doing a nice job of keeping those queens back, not allowing Ragnarok to really spread that forward. And if you just look at the mini-map, a lot of these creep tumors on the outer edges are being cleaned up. So it's going to force Ragnarok to get those queens out there. And with that constant pressure at the edge of creep, it's going to make it difficult for Ragnarok to try and do that. But here comes a big roll of Banelings. Those mines don't connect the way that they want to. So a lot of those Banelings will be able to continue rolling on forward. More mines on the backside. Some great targeting by Ragnarok, noticing what Zerglings are being attached to, pulling them away, and now so many Banelings just going to keep rolling on forward here. They have just come from one side of the map to the other, and they won't stop until they find production.
Yeah, again, Ragnarok finding himself on top of the production, of course. TY, we see a big blob of blue still working their way through the red expansions right there on the bottom. They are doing okay, but 19 Banelings in production. Those are not being created on the other side. They are being created at Ragnarok's home base. He may still be able to pick the blue army back off again there as well. And TY, he is well, he's gonna need some facial reconstruction after what happened to his main base. That is absolutely gruesome. Ragnarok not leaving a lot of pieces standing here. 48 workers have gone down. TY, I feel like we are on the verge of him tapping out here in game number 1 as everything is looking to go into Ragnarok's favor.
54 workers, Kozan, and that number continues to grow. Ragnarok continuing to stream more and more across the map, more Banelings trying to find their way on top of Bio. This Bio is the last bastion of TY's hope in this game number 1. And Ragnarok not going to overcommit, knows he got really fortunate once being able to get so many Banelings deep into the main base of TY, and he does not want to throw that away, but 56 workers in total being taken down. TY's production has been just shattered. His economy is falling apart. He's doing what he can with those mules at the outer lying bases, but it's kind of an interesting position here. Now, 3-3 is going to finish up. That will be a nice advantage for TY because army count-wise, he is still a little bit in advance, and Ragnarok's having to rebuild his evolution chambers. Unfortunately, those were a casualty of war in the last engagement. If there was a moment that TY could sneak this one back, it would be right now, so Ragnarok's got to play careful.
Yeah, and of course, very important to note, I mean, those hatcheries, not just the economy of Ragnarok, but also his production, right? A lot of those larvae actually coming from those 2 hatcheries right there. He only has 3 right now, so not only TY's production, but also Ragnarok's production kind of getting gutted in a sense, right? So overall, great decision-making there for TY. Staying across the field like that for such a long period of time and moving back when he did as well to come back and save his base. I mean, that is some clear GSL champion decision making right there coming into play. And like you said, yeah, TY, if he wants to make this work, this could be one of the moments where he has one of those opportunities, in fact. And there he is once again across the field with his army. Nice spread overall.
This is actually a big pickup. This base is one of the freshest bases for Ragnarok. He's got the nice shoes, the good-looking shirt, and he can't afford to just toss those away. But also, those mutas have to be very, very careful here. That income advantage graph is very telling. You can tell when TY throws down those mules because we get that very quick spike, but then right back into Ragnarok's pocket for that income advantage. If Ragnarok loses those mutas, he's going to be in a very, very tight spot. There's a lot of Zerglings. Where are the Banelings at with this? It appears to just be Zerglings only. This will be an interesting engagement here. Some good SimCity by TY will be able to wedge in and protect a lot of these delicate Marines, but I think it's just too many Zerglings here, Kozan. I mean, he's literally swarming him right now.
Yeah, and this is even with TY having the +3/+3 and Ragnarok just being on the +2/+2. I do believe he did get adrenal glands here with the Zerglings once again, seeing how quickly they are tearing apart some buildings here. But ultimately, he does get cleaned up. TY stabilizes once more. He still has 56 workers versus 69. But anyway, that is still a very playable situation. Ragnarok, I mean, as you mentioned, no Banelings in that situation there. That shows that he is hurting for economy. He needs to get himself some more gas going again.
Yeah, these mines. I mean, people like to talk about how, Broodlords are just free units. Swarmos are just free units. But look at how much damage these mines are doing just by sitting on the map. No micro, no nothing. So Ragnarok still has to be careful. TY making the most of his situation. And I'm not suggesting that mines are OP or imbalanced. Please don't get me wrong. I'm just saying consider the optics of what's being said there. So Ragnarok is still in an okay position, but TY is doing everything he can to bring himself back in, and he's getting some good exchanges.
Yeah, and TY trying his luck again across the field there. It looks like the splitting of TY is very impressive here, but ultimately there's just too much Zerg to really hold his own at this moment in time. Has to move backwards, back to the rest of his reinforcements, where Widowmine is a wait for the Zergling wave. Ragnarok wisely backs up though. Stabilizing both of these players, kind of stabilizing here. It is quite remarkable how many times these guys can just run across the field and try to deal a devastating blow with pretty much 90% of their army supply, lose most of it, and then still we're kind of in an equal situation.
So, interesting position here, trying to vie for those outside bases here. It looks like TY wanting to check that that 9 o'clock position to see if he can get that base secured, and a couple of the Zerglings will be able to get that to under wraps, and then a couple thousand Zerglings come to reinforce. But this is the point of the game where these outside bases are so crucial. Both players trying to get to a little bit more economy. We're starting to see things dip just a little bit. The worker counts are healthy, but it's a matter of whether or not they've got the patches to mine from. And at this point, TY is going to have to be careful. I think he's going to have to give up this base position, but that's so many mutas going to be getting on top of that command center. I don't know if that command center is going to survive the trip back home.
No, that will go down. At the same time, though, TY, once again, I mean, the army supply is still rather equal, right? It doesn't look like it when you see fights like that, but it's because TY is still trying to take the strategic maneuvers here, trying to set up with these flanking positions and gunning down these bases, kind of punishing Ragnarok for having all of his forces together at one location and taking very, very positive fights into his favor. But yeah, losing bases because of this. So TY kind of going tit for tat here once more.
Just some brutal mine shots. TY making the most of his positioning here. I really, really love that that mine spread. He's doing a really nice job of picking off some of these run bys. So props to him. He's getting a lot of those run by points. So now we are seeing more of those upgrades coming down for his mech. This is kind of the moment, right? This is the moment where we start to see that transition into adding those Ghosts and Liberators, but really not getting to that point. But Ragnarok's not forcing the issue either. There's no Ultras hitting the field. There's no extra positioning going forward with that higher tech, so it's just going to be more Lings and Banes for Ragnarok. It's going to be more Marines and Marauders for TY. I mean, they're comfortable just duking this out. What a back and forth.
Yeah, Ragnarok is hurting a little bit, right? I mean, it's been a while since he had a full mining base, and I think this 6 o'clock right now is the one and only base that he really has. Needs to keep that alive. We're seeing him really committed with a lot of stuff over there. So at the same time, he still knows that he has to keep the pressure on top of TY as well, taking out a very important base here. But is he going to be able to keep this base alive? That may be finally something really going into his favor. But oh my god, that's a minefield right there, Rushy. That is a very difficult engagement for him to make. And TY, as you said, making the most of this. That hatchery is getting lower and lower. Ragnarok feeling obliged to make that work. Oh my god, what a retard there on that Widowmine, being able to shoot down all of the banelings right there and move back forwards again. Those Mutalisks may want to reconsider their positioning right now. Okay, no. The Zerglings and banelings are just barely enough, and that was a great moment there for Ragnarok, being able to finally take out a base without losing a base himself, and that's the main name of the game right now.
Now, the one difference between those top and bottom basic exchanges here for Ragnarok and TY was Ragnarok was able to kill off that base of TY. TY did not quite shut down the base on the bottom left, so he is continuing to try and posture here. He really wants to be able to even that out, but look at that income advantage here for Ragnarok. More Lings going to come pouring on in. The units lost does get very, very close here for Ragnarok. TY inching closer and closer here. More of these mines going to get on top of this mineral line. Will pick off 11 workers, and again, forcing the engagement here down on the bottom left. This is where TY needs to focus, and he has an army advantage right now, 102 to 72. Ragnarok is kind of on the verge of slipping out of this game, and he's got to be careful. This is just game number 1 too, Kozan. We've got that base going down. Again, what a slugfest between these two Korean players.
Yeah, and keep in mind as well, a lot of that army supply that Ragnarok still has, even at a disadvantage, most of it right now in those Mutalisks, right? So that is not a force that you can utilize to try and fight back a Widowmine Marine with force as well. Army, he needs to use these continuously as a way to counterattack. And oh my god, how many Widowmines are we going to see get great shots here in this game number 1 indeed. They have truly been quite miraculous. TY relentless with the aggression right now. Will just barely... Well, that is going to go down ultimately.
Yeah, that will get picked off. The afterburners have all been burnt out, and those are not going to be able to survive. So Ragnarok in a really rough position here. He's really down on workers. Now that advantage, it now goes into TY's favor. He's got so much more mining happening right now. And again, those mules being able to kick in. That base in the lower left is now getting secured. He does have a planetary fortress, so that will be rather defensible. And where does Ragnarok have to try and hit here? He is still getting so much damage done with those mines. TY has got to be really happy with all the connections here, and now those mutas all in the orange or red are going to try and pick off as many of those medevacs as they possibly can, but TY knows he has his opportunity. He's going to shove on forward. There's nothing to stop TY back at home in Ragnarok's base. And I believe we are going to finally see our final engagement here. Tons of banelings come pouring on in. Will clean up, but look at those splits. GG is called, and TY with the slugfest finally lands one clean, and Ragnarok goes down. GG.
Ragnarok ultimately falls over, but that was one tough fight to make work that for TY. He was struggling. He was losing bases left, right, and center. The Mutalisk continuously doing a lot of work as well. Ultimately, I do believe that the Widow Mines there, the value that was created, continuously getting great connections, allowing Mr. TY to get himself in a favorable position here. We are already looking for game number 2, though. It is going to be on everybody's new favorite map, Jeganetha.
Oh, Giganetha.
Giganetha, that's right.
Yeah. No, and I don't know that we've heard an official quote unquote pronunciation of this just yet. I think it's still a little bit of speculation, but you know, you say potato, I say potato.
Well,
totally
you know,
fine.
if we both say it in a different way, one of us is gonna be right. So we got our bases covered, right? So
someone will be sure to correct us. I'm quite positive of that. But we are going to be jumping in here to game number 2, expecting probably more of the same between these two players. But spawning in the bottom left, our blue Terran player, playing for the Afrika Freaks. Give it up for TY.
All right, did go down in round number 1, but has another shot right here. The Red Zerg from Alpha X. He is Ragnarok. Okay. Remember, Ragnarok opens up with a spawning pool first in that first game, right? So is he gonna try to do that one more time? It was a little bit of a safer opening in a sense, right? In case there is that proxy Rex. Also, it doesn't allow your opponent to get as much scouting done with the Reaper initially. So sometimes, you know, you can take advantage of that. That is actually, is he gonna go triple hatch here, the full pool?
Please tell me 3 hatch before, or 2 hatch before pool. Oh no, might just be scouting for the proxy.
Yeah.
Okay. I got so excited.
What? Yeah, no, you would not send that drone out if you are gonna go for that triple hatch, right? Unless if he really wants to hide it from an SCV scout or something like that, but even then, it would be incredibly early on right now.
So, you know, to that point, I don't know if I would hate it on this map. This map is so tall, and I think by the time TY realized what was happening, most of it would be complete. He wouldn't be able to really punish it, and I think Ragnarok would be in an okay place where he could just get that first 100 gas and then just dump into queens and drones, but not an issue. Ragnarok just trying to play safe, make sure that he's not getting proxied on this rather large map, and just doing his due diligence. But back at home for TY, it's going to be a pretty standard a barracks expand open, and we're going to get more standard StarCraft. I am 100% fine with that, but only 1 gas.
Yeah, you know what? I think this map overall is also one of the fewer maps where a drone scout could be beneficial in a way. I suppose he's getting his overlords quicker across the map right now, but as we saw yesterday as well, I mean, it is a map where you can quite quickly get all these locations scouted with those 2 initial overlords. And there's not that many other places that are nearby that, you know, you would say like, all right, this is a good place for a proxy. The Marines are just going to have to move so incredibly far overall. And I don't think it is all that worth it anymore at that moment in time. Ragnarok still scouting absolutely everywhere, though. He is really making sure that he knows what is out on the map. And if there is anything out on the map, of course. That's the 3rd base, by the way. The 3rd base still coming up. And a lot of drones. A lot of drones there. It's a medevac with the Hellions coming out as well. So very likely scenario that we are going to see TY going in for the Hellion drop here with that. Of course, oh, wait a moment. An armory as well. Interesting. I mean, he skipped the overall Widow Mine. Or, sorry, not the Widow Mine, the Reaper. Right here for the scout. So this is the first time he's really getting across the fields right now. Didn't go for an SCV scout either. So, kind of interesting. This will hit a lot earlier now because of it. But is it gonna be enough to catch Ragnarok off guard?
Well, right now there aren't that many Zerglings in the production tab. He's got 4 that's going to accompany the 4 that he already has. The Queens are in a pretty decent spot here, but now the armory is going to finish up, and this will begin the really quick engagement. Ragnarok very quickly building off a wall to buy himself just a tiny bit of time here. Now there are Zerglings on the production tab, but here comes the push forward. Some very good lift micro here with those Hellbats trying to get as much value as possible, but the Queens get split up now. This is dangerous territory here for Ragnarok, as those Marines are now going to be able to work onto those Queens. Once all the Queens fall, the drones are free for the picking, and 6 go down already. Going to get on top of those with the Hellbats, but there's not a lot of health left on these units, so TY trying to get as much damage done as he can. All of those Queens are going down. I think that's the last one here. The medevac will get picked off, but look at the damage that's already been dealt. 8 drones on the way. He's forced out a lot of units from Ragnarok. TY feeling good about that engagement, forcing a lot of army out, still killing it off and getting 8 workers on top of it.
Yeah, Ragnarok shaking his head there a little bit, not looking all too happy about how that fight went. I can't blame him. That was a rough one. Now even more harassment on the way. Of course, the Hellion towards the 3rd base, the Liberator into the main base. We're going to have to keep our eye out open for how many drones are actually going to go down here. It looks like there is a Queen already in position, though, to help out against this Liberator. Nice positioning, though, from Ragnarok. Will kind of keep it safe, but still loses a couple of those drones there by sending them back a little bit too early and immediately just taps out. He knows he took so much damage right there. TY with a wonderful little build, being able to catch Ragnarok off guard, and GG immediately called. Second game also going into TY's favor. Puts him onto match point right now. Ragnarok, it's all mountain to climb, and he looks a little bit defeated already.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was I think that was a holdable engagement for Ragnarok, but TY, to his credit, doing a nice job of driving the wedge between those forces, forcing a split up. You want to concaves are good in those engagements, but when all of a sudden the force in the center just splits everything apart, now you're engaging on 2 different fronts. You're not able to unify your forces, and if one side loses, the whole thing starts to tumble over, and Ragnarok knows that. It's just unfortunate that he wasn't able to spot that in time. So we now see TY on a match point. TY's got to be feeling really good here. He's getting aggressive, and now we're going to light shade, 1 win away from advancing on to the playoffs next weekend.
It's a pretty good map as well for Terran, I would say. There's a nice couple of ramp areas, some good choke points indeed as well for siege tanks and widow mines to abuse and to mount their offensive from. Let's wait and see if that is going to be the case here. In the bottom right side, we have that blue Terran. Once again, he is from the Afrika Friks. He is T, and he is Y. TY.
And spawning in the top left. Our red Zerg player needs to win 3 in a row if he wants to advance to the playoffs. Playing for Alpha X. Give it up for Ragnarok.
All right. Well, I mean, here he is. There he goes. Let's hope Ragnarok once again will go. I mean, he did do the extractor trick here, so not quite sure why.
I mean, this is just
two drones out again.
This is just unfortunately transitioned further and further into, okay, I'm going to respect you game 1. I don't think you're playing that well game 2. 2, I'm just going to barracks rush you game 3.
Oh,
is this drone going to spot it? Yes, it will get far enough out here. So it's only a 2 barracks commit, so not an overcommitment here, but this is really far out. Ragnarok's going to have to pull drones, and he's already got some coming out of that natural base to see what he can get done. Will that? Yeah, that SUV is going to get shoved off. That's pretty decent damage here so far. Ragnarok doing his best to hold this back.
4 more drones do appear right now, trying to maintain the slowing down of this barracks right now. Another SCV also on the way here, but it looks like at least one of them will finish up. That's already a nice little thing to have occur, of course. But the second barracks, I don't know. I feel like this may have to become a cancel unless if that Marine does manage to push back those drones. But yeah, there it is. Okay. Of course, that is going to be quite a delay. Immediately, TY adjusts and will take himself a Reaper, another base, and start just doing a regular bit more of a macro opening. Now, you know what? Overall, it would make sense that this kind of goes into a regular game from here, right? It's a weird start overall, but both these players putting some of their workers off the line to get across the field. TY perhaps a little bit earlier on, right? So overall, I still like Ragnarok's position here as a start, but we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I was waiting for that factory to start back up so TY could continue making his transition through this game and just getting into that normal build path. Hate to call it a build order because there's nothing normal about it anymore. But to TY's credit, not overcommitting on the stopped aggression here with those proxy barracks, getting that second base down when he knew he wasn't going to have the engagement that he wanted. So TY should be okay, and very quickly throwing down that third command center as well. So I can imagine that we'll see a TY that is able to just rebound from this just fine. Ragnarok doesn't have his third base just yet. I don't see a Roach Warren on the way as well, so we aren't going to see him jumping into a big Roach push. I think Ragnarok might let TY get away with this.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it. But then again, I mean, at the same time, Ragnarok is going... Oh, no, wait. The moment there is that Roach Warren still coming up. TY making good use of the fact that he's building Scan Fly here. We'll be able to pick off that Overlord. There we go. Ultimately, yeah, TY, he does have that starport on the way. I'm wondering if he's going to go into a Liberator again. That's maybe a little bit rough here for Ragnarok to try and deal with. But, well, we'll have to wait and see. I think these Roaches have a pretty good shot at getting some damage done. But there is that Tech Lab on the way for the starport. So, Banshees could be a powerful tool, of course, in the aid of the defensive here. The Reaper again getting denied the Scout here. So, Ragnarok staying on top of that as well. TY may be scratching his head, though, seeing that third base incredibly late. And, yeah, might be happy that he's building that Banshee right now.
He's got to start putting some pieces together here. But honestly, the Banshee back at home should be just fine. Where things could get dicey for TY is if he takes that Banshee and moves out onto the map. And that would be a scary moment. But now seeing all of these Roaches coming across, the bunker's going to go down. That Banshee's never going to leave home until these Roaches are taken care of. Ragnarok, who is up on Army, needs to try and get a lot of damage done here, and I think TY is just going to be categorically ready for him.
Yeah, for certain. Well, here we go. Those Roaches already getting quite heavily pummeled. Of course, he needs to keep those Hellions alive against the Lynx. The Lynx trying their best to avoid a good engagement for those Hellions, but ultimately, looks like it was quite favorable there for the Hellions. Unfortunately for Ragnarok, he is cleaning up some of those SCVs, but I don't think that was anywhere near the amount of SCVs that he was hoping to get. 7 of them fall. That was quite a commitment, of course. Delaying that third base again, right? And we saw him against Clem getting 10 workers overall, but that was not just getting more workers. That was also him already having that third base a lot earlier, right? And just being a bit more better situated here. Yeah, Ragnarok kind of shifting in his chair right there, probably feeling a little bit uncomfortable with how that all occurred and went down.
Yeah, it's this is a dangerous moment here, and this is going to get even worse for Ragnarok. These Hellions are going to be able to wedge themselves into the mineral line. For every worker that Ragnarok picked up, TY almost snagged the same amount. So 6 workers go down. The Banshees are going to try and come in and seal the deal as well and use that positioning on the high ground to keep the pressure on. All in all, 11 workers gone down so far. This is unfortunately starting to unravel a little bit for Ragnarok. Sure, he has the supply advantage, but the scary part here for Ragnarok is that TY is going to be able to get this third base out eventually. And once that third base economy starts kicking in, we're going to start seeing TY move forward with a quick economy shift. Staying even on workers is not a good thing when you're a Zerg player. You definitely want to try and be at least a base ahead.
Yeah, for sure. I think you may have even been behind on the workers there for a little bit already now as well. 53 versus 52. May not seem like much, but ultimately that is quite significant here for the Zerg player. All right, let's see. The barracks going to get themselves some reactors as well as the starboards. We have entered the next phase of the game where medevac harassment does seem to be the ticket here for TUI. Still has those benches roaming around as well somewhere, but probably getting repaired at home for the moment. And man, this is that big main base again, right? So allowing those Marines to almost go unscouted. Luckily, Ragnarok did have himself an Overlord there situated in a nice position. Being able to see that come in.
All right. As we are continuing to move forward here, we're watching those upgrades. 1-1 just about to finish up for TY, and that is going to give him a little bit of an advantage here. That 1-1 of Ragnarok a little bit lagging behind, and we will have that being a bit of a pest, but look at that late Baneling speed once again. Kozan, I'm a bit concerned here. That really cost Ragnarok a lot of advantages in a previous game versus Clem, and now possibly going to do the same here against TY. And TY is moving across the map with 22 extra army supply, tanks, and things are starting to look a little dicey.
Yeah, I like the position here as well. That first siege tank maybe a little bit too far forward, but the second one, oh my god, being able to punish the advance of those Banelings without the speed, quite heavily so. And now TY just slowly moving further and further forward. These Banshees on an entirely different location. Oh, nice wraparound with those links. Once again, Ragnarok was able to position himself in a way where he does come in from 2 sides, but ultimately so many Marines still remain, and GG is called. Ragnarok taps out, gets 3-0'd here by TY. That was a slaughter. And that is a rough one for Ragnarok, but that means TY will be today's first player to move on through towards the playoffs right here, Rushy.
Yeah.
I don't know. Were you expecting TY to be the first player here?
I wasn't. I was. I definitely, looking at this group, thought TY was going to be the clear favorite to get out first. I will admit that considering how well Ragnarok played against Clem, that I didn't expect it to be a 3-0 victory, but Ragnarok's going to have more work to do. He's going to have a chance to take another stab at another European Terran in either uthermal or a rematch against Clem, and we've seen a lot of times where if you beat the player on the top side and have to face them in the decider match, it could go dicey for the person that won the first time, because usually a little bit of momentum coming back from that elimination match, and we're gonna have to see if that's gonna be the case. But we are going to take a short break here, folks, as we celebrate TY getting out first in Group B here of the King of Battles International Championship. We're going to take a short break, but when we return, it will be our elimination match between Uthermal and Clem. You guys are watching the King of Battles. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to Group B of the King of Battles International Championship right here on twitch.tv/alphaxsc2. My name is Rushy. I'm here with Kozan. We are at the elimination match here for Group B. a bit of an interesting situation here. It's two of our Terrans in our group. It's going to be a battle to see who will represent EU in the decider match here in Group B. It'll be Uthermal versus Clem. I think this could be an interesting engagement here. I know a lot of people recently have talked about Clem's TVT, despite the fact that he is such a solid player. And maybe Uthermal's going to try and tap into that weakness here into this elimination match.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one, I expect, overall, Rushy, because, you know what, this is a bit of a rivalry. We see these two go head-to-head a couple of times already. And very often, you know, it gets very close. It gets very tight. Uthermal a little bit more experienced. And, of course, it is going to be a team kill, right? We have two Team Liquid members right here. So very likely that they do help each other out and try to practice with one another quite a bit as well in the TVT department. Now, it's going to be interesting because we saw this as well yesterday with Maru and Trap. Well, we saw Trap perhaps trying to be a little bit more sneaky than he would normally be, right? Just trying to make things weird. And it's going to be interesting to see whether or not these two players are also going to try to make things weird. Or if we are just going to see the straight-up play. I would expect the straight-up play a little bit quicker from these two, though, to be fair. Two players that love to, to do the macro. But then again, to be fair, Uthermal, he's been having that injury, right? And we saw him versus TY just now being incredibly aggressive. So who knows? Who knows what we're going to get ourselves into? It's starting up, though. It's starting up, Rushy.
We might have a remake here. I saw in the game lobby that we might be remaking this map. So be patient if we end up seeing everything just immediately bop out. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be a remake here because I think they got the wrong colors. So so we'll take a moment here, buy some more time. But I'm taking a look at the match history between these two. Again, one of the biggest talking points for Clem is the fact that his TVT has been of discussion as of late. But I don't think it's going to be something that really holds him back here. I mean, he's taken some really good TVTs against Hero Marine, Marine Lord, Soul, Future, and all within the recent month or two. So I feel like he has really improved. He's shown that he can take the best Terrans to task, not only in EU, but I think in any situation. So we'll have to see what Clem can come up with here, but keep in mind, Uthermal in the qualifiers was able to beat Clem. So we'll have to see if Uthermal has the endurance to go the distance, and I think he probably does. I feel really confidently that we will, like you said, get some very solid games out of these two players, and it is a best of five, so we will probably see some interesting strategies come out on these maps here. So we're going on the light shade for game number 1. Do you think we're going to get that scrappy TVT where we're seeing a little bit of unorthodox style play, or are we going to see a little bit more standard TVT with lots of bio and tanks?
Sometimes, you know, that scrappy TVT opening is just inevitable. If you see one player going for the one gas and the other player going for the double gas with just a bit more units, you kind of are forced to, as the player that did not open up as greedily, you know, because that's kind of the way of a mirror matchup. You need to take into account very heavily the openings and how they match up against one another. Anyway, we're gonna have that unravel here very quickly. In the bottom right side, the Frenchman, he is in the blue. It is Team Liquid's Clem, the youngster. Clem.
And spawning in the top left, our red Terran, also from Team Liquid. Give it up for Uthermal.
All right. Will they be able to get things going very quickly here? Or are they going to go into that macro game? It's a good question. It is a good question. We're going to have to keep our eye out on whether or not these players are going to grab that second gas here. And so far, you know, both of them going for the gas before the barracks, which usually indicates it is an opening for the single gas. And that could mean that both of these players will be going for the command center relatively quickly. Although, you know what? No, there is that second gas. Both of these players throwing them down, just being very, very gas intensive for the time being.
I think we need to keep in mind as well the fact that throughout the playoffs, we saw a uthermal that was playing very aggressive because he was nervous to let those games go into the later stages where he's going to be juggling lots of macro, lots of micro across multiple bases. And I do firmly believe, I think that I think was it an elbow injury for him is definitely worth just keeping an eye on. It would not be surprising to see uthermal continue that continued aggression in these games, especially against an opponent like Clem, who has shown in this tournament alone that he can take these games really far into the future. Play him out. Let's drag out the map. Let's split it in half, and let's just get positional, baby.
Yeah. I mean, and he's really good at the positional play as well, right? We'll be able to grab any engagements at any time, pretty much, as long as the forces are pretty similar enough. So we saw versus TY as well. I mean, some great engagements overall, and whenever the forces were equal, man, he was giving TY a run for his money and taking some great trades overall as well. Now, this one, of course, because they are teammates, I'm wondering if they are going to be approaching this a little bit more carefully, or if they want to, just not be as aggressive in a way, right? Or as a way of respecting your opponents in this sense.
Well, we're gonna have to see how this unfolds here. I just keep watching that tab. The biggest change here, it looks like Uthermal is getting those tech labs going on to his buildings as it sits right now. Reactor coming down for Clem, going to value having the extra Hellions. I believe that reactor will probably go down on the factory to get out either those Widow Mines or Hellions. But Uthermal has the tech lab already, and it looks like it's a Cyclone coming out as well, almost being able to pick off that worker, but the natural Clem will be allowed to finish uninterrupted. Now the second tech lab going on to the starport, so we will see that coming down. It's going to be a Banshee.
Yeah, again, Uthermal opening up with the Banshee here, right? We saw the same thing against TY. Going for this Banshee, I've mentioned it in that game as well. It's a little bit tricky going for the Banshee in TVT, but Uthermal looks like he is willing to take these risks, and you know what, it may start to pay off because we see that Clem went for a siege tank and a medevac first and foremost. So actually this Banshee, it may come in quite a bit of useful positioning here for the defensive side, not mainly for the offense, which, you know what, it is going to have a Cyclone relatively soon. Banshee sees this attack coming in. Not quite sure if he actually saw it, though, as he still moves forward. Or is that his plan? No, will rotate back right now as soon as his SCV start getting hit. So a little bit of failure for Mr. Uthermal to see these units on the minimap right now and taking quite a big punishment right now. 7 SCVs already did go down, and ultimately will not even be able to pick up that one single Hellion. Venturing the main base. Where is that Cyclone? No cloak, of course, available. Yeah, GG. Just like that. Very quick, very clean. Uthermal. Off the back of not seeing something on the minimap very quickly. Just having to tap out right there.
That worries me for Uthermal. That was a clinical attack and response, and that just went so fast, and I don't even think Uthermal expected that to move as quickly as it did. But unfortunately, Uthermal moving out onto the map at an inadvantageous time to deal with the harassment in his natural, and that tank getting set into place was just too much. So we move into game number 2 now. It's going to be on Pillars of Gold. I kind of like the aggression here out of Clem. It feels like that is playing into his opponent. Hey, you know, I've watched you play very, very aggressive against your previous opponents. I know that's probably going to be where you stay. So how about I just beat you to the punch? I'll just be as aggressive as you are and take you to task. And so far, working out just fine for him in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair though, if Uthermal did see that attack coming in with that Banshee, and he did use that Banshee for the defensive side of things, you know, maybe quicker on the SCV pool as well, I think he would have been in a good position there, right? He would have taken out most of the army of Clem. There was not a lot of anti-air. The siege tank would have gone down, and he would have just prevented pretty much any damage from being taken there. But yeah, I mean, it can be quite volatile. It can go very quick if you just miss these tiny things in StarCraft 2, of course. And game number 2 already loading up here. So let's try to forget about it. It's just a little bit of a bop there for you, Thermal. A bit of a shame, but he may be able to get this sorted out this time around.
Well,
bottom left side.
Go ahead.
Oh, there you go. Caster chicken. Clem! Hey!
Spawning at the top right. Our red Terran play for Team Liquid as well. It's Uthermal.
Alright. That's good. That's good. Next game, though. Next game, I will want to introduce my little Dutchman.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I will respect that wish.
That's right. Nice. Nice. Alright. Good. Okay, let's take a look over here. Clem this time around not going for the gas first, right? So I am imagining him going for the double gas immediately already. Uthermal still a little bit of an opening here to be the more greedy person or out of the two. Keeping an eye out on that production tabs is sending us SUV across the field for the scout, so it is very likely to be that command center play.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see. I mean, you talked about how we played chicken. I think these two are probably going to play chicken with each other as well, as both of them sending those SCV scouts out, wanting to see what the other is going to be going for. I guess both of them sensing like, you might be getting weird. You might be doing something to try and exact a little bit of revenge. And in this case, it seems to be they are both on the same path here, going to be setting up with just that Reaper opening, but again, both getting almost the identical scout. Clem trying to be annoying, though, delaying that natural where Uthermal is just going to come back home. I think he changed his mind. He's like, well, wait a minute. If you're going to play this game, I better play too.
Yeah. It is, it's a scary moment here, a little bit for Uthermal. Especially after that game number 1, right? Not quite going into his favor the way he wanted to. And although, you know what? A good thing for him there was that he just stepped out, right? That's the good thing to do. That's the proper way to kind of respond to stuff like that happening, right? He knew that was coming down a lot to just build orders and stuff like this. How the units composition of Clem kind of went up against this unit composition, the movements of that Banshee not being at the right location at the right time to facilitate a defensive setup. So just being like, you know what, all right, I'm quite far behind now, I'm just going to tap out, we're going to go into game number 2, and this is the nice thing about having a best of 5, right? Having this best of 5 in a situation like this allows you to kind of take those steps, right? Otherwise, if this was the best of 3, he may feel obligated to try and grind a game like that out to the fullest extent, waste a lot of energy, and overall just kind of get bogged down with a game that is just very unlikely to go into his favor.
Well, and there's a lot of that mental and emotional decision making that goes into it as well. Nobody ever wants to tap out of a game too early, because the moment you do, you're going to hit that rewind button and you're going to go and you're like, wait, I was still in it. Why did I leave? But in a tournament situation, when you have a best of 5 and you're in that kind of position, you can just say, all right, I'm not going to waste my energy. I'm not going to tire myself out. Let's just try and rerun this again and do a better job in game number 2. And I think it is the right call, especially for Uthermal in this. He knows his opponent. he needs to just trust himself, and I think that is a part of being a great pro gamer as well, is knowing yourself as well as you know your opponents, so that way you can make informed decisions as you try to move through these games. So Clem gonna move out here with the engagement and start getting aggressive once again, but uthermal, he's gonna run into the exact same thing he did here in game number 1. I feel like he's scouting for it, but now he's gonna be chasing this army all the way in.
He sees it this time around, immediately runs backwards and will chase it down, and already an enormous difference right here, of course. That siege tank still could be a little bit harmful overall, but let's wait and see. Not too bad. Actually, that is a cyclone right there inside. A little bit different.
Yeah, well, at least he was able to get on top of it. I kind of thought Clem was just going to just dive right on in with a big boost, but doesn't want to overcommit, doesn't know what's waiting for him in the natural of uthermal, but now uthermal is starting to connect with a little bit of the harassment of his own. Clem able to get in here with the army that he had inside of the medevac, and will start to do a little bit of damage with the Hellions of uthermal moving across the map to Clem's side. So many of those Hellions will be able to get on top of the Cyclone. Usually they don't trade as effectively, but large numbers, they were able to get the job done.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised actually that he did try to take the fight with the Cyclones there. This is not going well at all for uthermal. I was imagining him just trying to run by and get on top of the SCVs here, just try to get as many as possible and then see where he will be able to land this ship right now. But man, 15 SCV kills right now. Uthermal, he was a little bit quicker with that command center. So he is only behind with about 8 workers difference right now, but 16 go down. That is gruesome. That is once again an horrendous opening here for uthermal with the way it opens up for Clem.
Yeah, Clem playing very, very confidently here in this, not only game number 1, but game number 2, keeping the pressure on and moving forward with his aggression. I like the positioning that he's putting himself in. He's giving himself room to get that third base in production. He has the worker count that he's happy with right now. He's sitting at 43, will probably continue that SCV production, and able to secure himself back at home, getting those tanks, getting those Ravens added in. I think things are just going swimmingly here for Clem. Uthermal's the one that needs to try and find a little bit of footing.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, with game number 1 already kind of quickly going sideways to him, having game number 2 also happening the same thing, that is just it's just asking for trouble right now for uthermal. Of course, winning 3 games in a row versus Clem, that is going to be a rough one. The weird thing is, of course, uthermal, the one player from the qualifiers, the one player from the in the TVT matchup here against Clem that did manage to make Clem get hurt quite a bit here, and kicks him out of the loser bracket there as well, actually. And so yeah, I don't know, I was expecting perhaps a little bit more so from uthermal, but to be fair, right, to his detriment, I mean, what is he supposed to do when the openings just go that heavily into the favor for Clem?
Well, the army counts are almost even right now, which is good for uthermal, but it's that worker lead for Clem that is going to help keep him secure in this game number 2. The upgrades on the way for Clem, grabbing that 1-1 for his Bioforce. His Stimpack just about to finish up, and uthermal's going to move across the map here. I feel like he wants to secure his positioning, allow that third base to be able to get the worker count that it needs. But tanks are already going to be set up and ready to go for Clem, and immediately jumping upon this army of uthermal. I like the air count, though, for Clem. He's got plenty of Vikings.
Yeah, also plenty of siege tanks right here. Uthermal trying to make something happen, trying to force this event right now, but ultimately losing the air war, losing the ground war. GG. Clem taking another game very, very, very cleanly overall. And this is becoming one hell of a hairy situation for uthermal. 3 wins in a row versus Clem. I mean, we did see Clem taking 2 games very quickly in a row, so Who knows? Who knows? Maybe luck will be a little bit on the side of Uthermal. Maybe he's going to be able to get himself recollected and get a couple of quick wins himself as well. He's still smiling overall, so that is always a good sign. But maybe he's just smiling at himself right now.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see.
It could just be him looking and, oh, there's the writing on the wall. We're probably on route to an 0-3, but I wouldn't count Uthermal out just yet. He is a fighter to the end. He does like to move on from games earlier than most, but he's going to be a fighter all the way to the end. He's got a lot of capabilities. He had an amazing run to get into this main event, so by no means does he want to give up now, and he's going to have to try and dig deep and find the magical build order against his teammate Clem on Submarine of all of the maps, so could potentially be some fun little shenanigans here between these two players. We'll have to see what ends up happening. Of course, folks, these replays are an outstanding way to continue learning more and more about StarCraft, and if you too would like access to these replays at the end of the event, !replay pack into the chat. We'll give you the information to tell you that for $10, you can get all of these replays for your eyes, your brain, your heart, everything. And you can do with them as you please. Learn, cast, improve, and just enjoy. But if you want a taste up front, you can always grab that Serral versus Maru free on our twitter.com/alphaxsc2. We released that out yesterday. It's just too good not to share with the community. We were having a conversation with the admin, and it was just something that's a little bit bigger than all of us, right? Serral versus Maru, just a big build-up, and then the game's delivered. So we wanted to make sure to share that with all of you. If you want access to those, all you have to do is check out our Twitter, twitter.com/alphaxsc2, and you too can be the proud owner of replays from Serral v Maru in 2020.
Yep.
Good stuff. So we are getting set up and ready to go. One of our players, it took in a little bit of time to grab a bit of a break. Wondering if there's anything that we need to discuss, or we can keep talking about this Team Liquid team kill here.
You did mention, right, that the money from the replay packs does go to other tournaments as well. So we're trying to gather up more money for more tournaments like these. We're hoping to do more of them in the future, and hopefully we'll get some crazy participation again in some of the similar stacked groups right here, as we're having the upcoming days still as well. But yeah, actually one thing is very much worth discussing at this moment in time. Uthermal, I'm seeing him talk in the chat right now. It looks like he's hurting. His arm is not in a great shape right now at the moment. And he asked for 2 minutes. Apparently his arm is dying. It is literally dead right now, as the pro gamers like to say. This is not the greatest thing to hear, of course, if you're hoping for a Uthermal comeback. So we're giving him a little bit of extra time right now, so he can prepare and get himself recollected, and we'll have to wait and see.
A couple people mentioning in the chat here, because my eyes are a little bit there. I'm always peeking at you, Twitch chat. You're just too cute not to look at. And a couple of people mentioning that the Twitch ads are a little annoying. Unfortunately, that's a little bit outside of our control. We're trying to do our best to mitigate those ads happening mid-game, which is kind of devastating, but it's a lot of those changes that are kind of being implemented by Twitch. I will admit, I don't understand enough to be able to say, like, this is fundamentally good or bad or what we can do to control it, but do rest knowing that we are trying to keep those ads flowing outside of game, so that way your in-game experience is as clean as possible. So thanks so much for your patience, guys. We're also having a lot of fun here. I mean, we're kind of a one-man production crew right now and hanging on with as much as we can. So we're glad to be able to bring these games to you. So I know that it's very easy to get caught up in what kind of quality you expect out of a premier level event, but here at Alpha X, we strive for the best possible production that we can bring you. So thanks so much for all of your understanding and support. We really do appreciate it. And to Kozan's credit, all of the monetary support in terms of replay packs, contributing to Matcherino, seeing our sponsors, just goes into better productions, better prize pools, and more great events being brought to you by Alpha X. So we really do appreciate that as a part of it. So
yep.
it's all good. We're having a lot of fun, and we're only halfway through our main event. We get done with today. We have 2 more group days, Tuesday and Thursday this upcoming week. You guys are gonna get Zombie Grub in place of me. So Kozan, Zombie Grub. I mean, I'm so hyped to be able to see that casting happening. And then I'll be back for the weekend to join you for our playoffs. But we have bought enough time here. Our players are in the game and set and ready to go. This player spawning in the bottom right, looking to close out the series 3-0. It's our blue Terran player for Team Liquid. Give it up for Clem.
And his opponent, I mean, his arm is killing him. It's the Dutchman. Can he get 3 wins in a row? It's going to be an uphill battle. It's Team Liquid's uthermal. Oh, boy.
I remembered, Kozan. I remembered for you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Maybe my final chance here to get uthermal, his introduction going for him. I am a big fan right here. He keeps pressing his Switch hotkeys as if I was streaming.
Oh, it's weird even for me. Well, I guess I'm running like one button, but yeah, I totally get that as well, where you're trying to run different scenes and you're getting into StarCraft. Oh, it's funny. Uthermal, of course, a very prominent Terran streamer as well. So if you haven't caught any of his content, do check him out. He runs a pretty entertaining stream, all things considered. But seeing all of the Uthermal emotes in chat, something tells me a lot of you already do.
I mean, he's not just a great streamer, right? He also makes a lot of YouTube content. He makes all these Terran school videos. Like, if you want to learn Terran, he is a great person to try and get a hold of, try and figure out exactly what goes through his mind. And he's very willing to share, which is one of the great things, right? He's a very giving person to the community. He holds his own cups as well, right? He holds his own tournaments. Truly a very, very important figure to have in a StarCraft 2 community. So, you know what? It's just great to have him. It's a little bit unfortunate how this is going for him so far this series, and the previous series as well, of course, versus TY. Not really going into his favor, and I'm just hoping that, you know what, he is not going to overexert himself too much with that arm injury. Ultimately, I would like to see him recover from all of that and make a big return to the scene. But yeah, of course, he is a very competitive player. He loves this game and he loves to win these games as well. And I cannot blame him for wanting to gain a victory in these matches here versus the youngster, Clem.
Now, here is going to be what we need to start watching for here in this game at number 3. Clem has done a really good job of owning the control of the first 5, 6, 7 minutes of this game, and more than likely, I would expect Clem to continue that. One of those, and it's an old saying, if it isn't broken, why try and fix it? And Clem's looking at his approach going, all right, I mean, keeping the aggression on in games 1 and 2 has been very successful for me, so why not do the same in game number 3? And I think that's exactly what we're going to see with these 3 Reapers moving across the map. Already, Uthermal is going to have to be on the back foot to try and hold this back.
Yeah, you will have those 2 Marines that are about to pop out, but it does look like there's just a little bit more here for Clem, isn't there? The Reapers, of course, also a bit better than the Marines overall. Okay, there's the rest of his army. 4 Marines ready to help out as well. They were on the top edge of that cliffside trying to fend off potential Reapers. And Uthermal looks okay right now. Of course, has that command center on the high ground, helping him out a little bit in a situation like this.
Well, I was kind of hoping that we would see some really cool Reaper mine shenanigans out of Clem, and we would just see those Marines just floating through the air as they try to resurface themselves to the ground, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Clem just going to back off, not over commit into this, and to throw away any potential army advantage that he has. But look at the army situation right now. I mean, plenty of Marines out for Uthermal. He should be able to get slightly aggressive, or at least be able to stem Clem at this point. But it's going to take a little bit of a micromanagement to get that done. And immediately, that Raven already getting picked off. That's a huge loss. That's a huge frustration.
Wait, was that a Raven? I thought it was a Hellion.
Oh, was it a Hellion? Oh, my
I thought it was.
Not bad.
I think both of them got themselves a Hellion there.
I think I looked at the Raven in the production tab. That's what happened. I looked at the Raven in the production tab, and my brain just took over. That's my bad. Don't worry. I know what Ravens look like. I apologize.
Good. All right. Well, Clem getting himself that third base, right? Uthermal, he did go very quickly into the Marine production, so it feels like he is looking to just try and get this into the mid game as cleanly as possible, in a sense. Kind of skipping the potential harassment, not being aggressive this time around, just trying to be a bit more defensive with those units set up. And well, it did help him out, right? This is the least amount of damage he has taken so far in this best of 5, but at the same time, I mean, look at that worker count. Clem finding himself just ahead in workers. And I was talking to a very prominent StarCraft 2 coach, Matisse, about this. People are researching Clem just because he's always getting more SCVs somehow than these other pro players. We're not quite sure where he's pulling them from. We're not quite sure how he's getting them, but it's a little bit similar to, the macro machine that is innovation and stuff like this. He just seems to have more. And, well, let's take a look at these siege tanks. There's another one on the high ground right there. It looks like Clem again here. Is he gonna have enough? The Marines and the Hellions actually do manage to burst on through. The Vikings may need to land here. There's another auto turret helping out as well. You know what? Actually, these SCVs, he may have more, but that means more AoE damage perhaps as well from those Hellions. 7 of them go down, and he's still ahead. 3 workers in the overall worker tab. So, you know what? A testament to the macro of Clem right now. And how just absolutely solid he is at just continuing to make SCVs. It seems so trivial, but oh my dear lord, is it important.
Well, unfortunately, it seemed like we had a bit of an issue with Twitch ads there. So what I'll tell you, I'll catch you up for everybody that is just joining us once again. Both players actually logged out of the game, played Zerg for 30 seconds, and then came back and was like, no, Zerg's pretty bad. We just want to play Titan again. So no worries. It was just the greatest thing and the worst thing all at the same time. But right now, Clem is in a fantastic position here. He's going to try and move across once again. Uthermal's got to find a way to hold down this push here. He's got a couple of tanks on the high ground, which is good. The Vikings will be instrumental in helping own that airspace, but Uthermal's going to actually be able to get in here. This is an open mineral line right now. Going to pick off a few of these workers here. 7 going down so far for the trouble. And, I mean, that was a pretty nice pickup here, all things considered. These tanks haven't had a chance to fully get sieged just yet. This is a really nice play by Uthermal here so far, holding down his natural opening.
Yeah, once again, finding some value with those Hellions here from Uthermal. But again, I mean, killing off 9 SCVs, and how is this possible? They're still tied up on SCVs. And it's not like Clem is cutting into his army supply either, right? He is ahead on Vikings. It looks like he's ahead on the siege tanks as well. And the overall army supply is pretty darn equal as well. So, you know what? This is looking to go from bad to worse here for Uthermal. And he may be coming to a rest pretty soon here for his arm. I'm hope he is gonna not be kicking himself too much here for this best of 5.
That interference matrix on the Viking was actually kind of cute here, but now Clem is going to get pushed upon. Uthermal clears Clem out of his natural expansion, and now it's going to be a bit of an interesting position here for Clem to try and keep this engagement on. He has more units streaming across the map, but replacing those tanks will be difficult, especially when they need to get across to provide that extra coverage. Uthermal, on the other hand, will be able to get his tanks spread out. He's going to have good coverage of his second and his third base, and will be able, I think, to try and secure here. He's got to be careful, though. He doesn't want to let Clem push too far forward.
Yeah, Clem, once again, finding himself a good position. He is lurking with those Vikings, trying to get the Viking versus Viking war to go on again, because as soon as you have that advantage, it's quite nice to keep that advantage going into your favor. And actually, Uthermal being able to tie it up a little bit there. I think that I saw a Liberator also now coming across. Upgrades also looking fine and dandy for Clem, by the way. He has +1/+1. Versus no upgrades for the mech army of Uthermal here.
Well, Clem's keeping the pressure on. He's trying to do everything he can to keep Uthermal from freely expanding and getting across the map once again to put pressure on. Because the more that Clem spends time over here, Uthermal is going to have to stay back at home and keep these tanks sieged up, which means Clem is going to be free to do exactly what he pleases. He's getting a fourth base down. He's starting to get to those 2-2 upgrades on the way. Some Hellions do sneak on by, though, so that's going to be something that Clem has to deal with at this point. But yeah, more reinforcements should be able to hold this back. No problem.
It doesn't have concussive shell just yet, so the Hellions, they will do a little bit of ring around the Rosy there, moving it back around, trying to see if there are already multiple bases here being established for Clem, seeing in what state this game is in right now. And yeah, Uthermal still being pressured on this side of the map. Will Clem try to commit for a stim in here? I'm not quite sure if that is going to be the case. You know what? Actually, that's worth mentioning here. Uthermal going for mech, and I think that is a wise choice for him, right? Considering his arm in particular, probably a little bit easier for him to go for a mech play and play more with the setup style, defensive in a sense. Not gonna have to spread out his Marines as much. Not gonna have to rely as heavily on the harassment with medevacs and stuff like this. Perhaps a little bit more easy for him in that remark.
So we have more tanks incoming. We've got, it's more standard affair, it seems like, for Clem getting those Marauders out. But that fourth base is going to be crucial. And Clem's doing a nice job of keeping an eye on Uthermal's positioning with his fourth base as well. Keeping that scout over to the top side of the map, really kind of getting in the way on the natural opening here. So Clem's in a nice position. He knows that he's got his opponent kind of boxed in, and this is where the tactical TVT really is going to kick in full gear. Clem is going to try and hold his opponent back, and now we're going to see these slight maneuvers and movements one way and the other to try and get Uthermal out of his base. But look at this. He's just going to shove on forward, but there's a ton of bio back behind. This tank's going to get sieged up.
I really like this from Uthermal, actually. Having those Hellbats in the medevacs is gonna try to just drop them right on top of the bioforces. He does have the blue flame upgrade as well, so as long as the medevacs don't get picked off too quickly, this could be pretty darn massive. There we go, getting some good connections, and very quickly the bioforces go into the red and orange. The medevacs are gone now as well. He's trying to get the final cleanup here, but is not quite able to get on top on the bio enough. Clem moving backwards. Uthermal, you know what? He is, he's got a very, very strong army, right? Overall supplies looking kind of similar, but these siege tanks, they don't have a clear response just quite yet. The Liberators are going to be that response, though. They are on the way. Uthermal, the time is ticking. He needs to make this work. Right now, he's making Cyclones. That's also a great idea. Overall, he needs something to hold back this air advantage that Clem has found himself in. Lose a couple of those siege tanks immediately.
The Liberators, the Liberators all themselves are going to be the heroes of this defense. going to shut down so much of Uthermal's ability to push forward here. He will be able to get tanks onto that 4th base and trying to spread out Clem just a little bit so that way those Liberators can't work in tandem. Possibly be able to get some Vikings across the map. He does have them in production, but the Vikings of Clem are just so great in number already. He's going to constantly own this. And right now, Clem is just showing Uthermal, hey man, this is my side of the map. I will just continue to clean you up and push you back. And unfortunately, Uthermal on the edge of making something happen, but Clem responds in kind. GG is called. And Clem's going to take that 3-0 victory over his teammate, knocking him out of this event.
Yeah, Uthermal, you know what? Not quite being in best shape here today, unfortunately for him. Clem, though, making that one look pretty darn impressive. He's going to be able to get the rematch going, right? So he's going to be able to face off against Ragnarok one more time here. And I feel like that may be to the advantage for him, as that is, of course, his better matchup. Uthermal, a great show there from him, being able to almost make something work in game number 3, indeed, but ultimately coming up a little bit short. Game number 1 will start up shortly here, of course, after we have all the vetoes and all the maps selected.
Yeah.
Roshi, what's on the menu for now in between here?
Ooh, we got to pay some bills here, Kozan. And I know people are going to be like, but you've been paying bills with all those ads you run during our games. We're so sorry that happens. We're still working out trying to get all of that figured so we avoid that. Do apologize. A lot of people in the chat have been talking about different ways to deal with that. I will not take an official stand one way or the other on that. But I will say that we will take an opportunity to talk about one of our fantastic sponsors for this event in Strive. We could not do this event without the partnership that we have with Strive and Matcherino, as they partnering to create a special opportunity for fans of this tournament. They're offering 20% off of all of their products on Strive's website using the code ALPHAX20. For every 5 purchases with the code, Matcherino will donate $25 directly to this prize pool. And for every 30 orders completed, they'll kick in an extra $100. You must use that code at checkout to be considered. Now, here's where things get kind of cool. Matcherino's helping us reward 2 lucky buyers to stand a chance to win an Alpha X jersey, hoodie, or jacket just for ordering from Strive. And you can see those right on your screen right now. So thanks to Strive and Matcherino for sponsoring us. Check out some of the delicious and healthy biltong meat snacks brought to you by our friends from Strive. And I've actually had a chance to try some of this. You can see that my camera's actually flipped, so don't worry, your eyes work correctly. The world is not backwards. But very tasty. I mean, low in calories. It's kind of a nice little snack. And they are doing a great job of helping support us here at Alpha X. We have a lot of different events and opportunities that we run top to bottom, not only King of Battles, but all the way down to some of our smaller community events. And we could not do it without those sponsors. So please do consider checking them out. We do appreciate it. Also, Matcherino, I mean, shout out to those folks. They are just amazing in every regard. And not only here at Alpha X, but just esports in general. They have a genuine desire and interest to see the community scene thrive. And they do so much work to help make that happen. So anytime, folks, regardless of what stream you're in, if you see a Matcherino link, click on it. Type in the code. Usually you can kick in money for absolutely free, no cost to you. Helps the players get paid, and it helps more events happen. So we really rely on them at Alpha X, and we really do appreciate all of them. And that's why we take the time specifically to do their ads on our stream. So those are the people we really do care about, and we really appreciate them a lot. We're going to take a quick break here, and when we return, it's going to be our decider match between Ragnarok and Clem, a rematch of match number 2. We'll have to see what happens here. You guys are watching the Group B of the King of Battles International Championship right here on twitch.tv/AlphaXSC2. We'll be right back right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the Group B coverage of the King of Battles International Championship right here on twitch.tv/alphaxsc2. My name is Rushy. I'm here with Kozan. We are approaching the final match of our Group B play. It's going to be the decider match between Clem and Ragnarok, a rematch of an earlier meeting between these two where Ragnarok was able to squeak out a 2-1 victory. But now we're looking at a best of 5. And these two players have the opportunity to maybe run some new builds past each other, try different things. Kozan, what do you think we're going to see here in this rematch between these two?
It's rough to say. It really is, because Ragnarok, a bit of a wild card, right? We see that he is very capable of just trying to run out of the stables with a lot of cheese, with a lot of aggression very early on, but he's not afraid of that macro game either, right? He definitely made some great maneuvers there, definitely made some great plans for that late game, and well, he out macroed Clem in a couple of games there. So overall, it's rough to say in general.
Well, I have a feeling that we might see more of this aggressive Clem bleeding over into his playstyle with Ragnarok, because it worked out really well for him against Uthermal, but that could also be very situational as well, with it being a TVT and with his player playing the specific style that he is, that benefited him against Uthermal. But will be interesting to see what happens with Ragnarok. It seemed like Ragnarok had such explicit execution of his builds that made him so much more successful over his opponent. But as we get into a longer best of 5, it might take Clem trying to disrupt that playstyle and that tactical build order execution by his opponent to be able to get ahead in this series. It might take more than just really good play.
Yeah, for sure. Clem also, I mean, it was just the best of 3, right, that these two had together. So maybe Clem gonna be able to get himself a little bit more corrected in his play, get a bit more, a couple more adjustments overall.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens here against these two players. Certainly, Clem is able to take games and advance over Ragnarok, but I think it is going to be a tall order. And of course, this is a very important series. Right now, we have TY getting out of the group in first place, but now the winner of this match will join him and find themselves on the top side of the bracket, potentially with an future opponent in Cyril. So definitely some implications on the line as we look towards the playoffs. We are getting set and ready to go. A little bit of our background happenings going on right now. I have the pleasure of just watching everything kind of float around. First off, I do need to make sure to take an opportunity to shout out our amazing admin and observer team in Vitamin and Mapu, who are working tirelessly to bring you a high quality event with lots of quick action, not a lot of breaks. So we're trying to limit the amount that we talk. I know people feel very strongly about Talkcraft, but sometimes we do have to buy time. Otherwise, it would just be a lot of just. Okay, well, they're still doing stuff.
Break time screen.
Yeah.
Stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll throw the timer back on, and you can count down from 69 or whatever number you want to count. But they're doing a fantastic job, and of course, Mapu. What a consummate professional in StarCraft 2, bringing us the amazing just views and sights and sounds of all of these different games. So thank you so much to them. Of course, Sushi, Lady Azalis, Miguel, all of our mods doing a wonderful job. We have an amazing team that is working behind the scenes. And I had somebody ask, are they working tirelessly though? Are they losing sleep? I want to tell you a story about a Mapu during our qualifiers last weekend, where that man was awake for 28 hours to cast 3 of our events. And if that is not tireless, I don't know what is. Mapu's the MVP.
I mean, he did have a chance to go to sleep, but that was during the day, so he probably was like, you know what, let me just skip that. I don't know if you came to regret that decision later on, of course, but anyway, looks like the waiting is over here, though, Rushy. We are starting game number 1. It will be on Pillars of Gold, a map that is a little bit of a mid-sized map. You know, it's not massive, it's not small, but some nice macro is definitely going to be able to be played on this one. In the top right side of the map, we have a Elva X competitor. He is going to be the Red Zerg Ragnarok.
And spawning into the bottom left are Blue Terran, playing for Team Liquid. Give it up for Clem.
All right. We're back at it again, and honestly, the TVZ series that we saw between these two was pretty darn impressive. And this is the moment in time where Ragnarok can show us all that that was no fluke, right? That was not just a random one-time occurrence. He's going to be able to showcase, you know what? I am capable to stand toe-to-toe with these top-notch EU Terran players. You know what? Maybe the most top-notch EU Terran player that is available right now to play against. And well, it's going to come down to here, right? Is he going to be able to once again take on Clem, or is he just going to be able to perhaps take on a couple of games? Or has Clem awakened the beast within, the French monstrosity? And will he just be able to, you know what, try to make a move on? Has he had a little bit of a pep talk perhaps with Mark? Who knows? Who knows?
Well, he absolutely has to learn from his first series today against Ragnarok that trying to play just straight up standard TVZ is not going to be quite enough to disrupt his opponent in Ragnarok, or he has to find a way to get in a little bit tighter timings and really weave inside of what Ragnarok wants to do for build orders. But I personally think, I mean, we're probably going to get a game number 1 that's rather standard, and that will surprise no one. But if Clem starts to slip in this best of 5, I wouldn't be surprised to see a game 2 or a game 3 where he pulls out something hyper aggressive to get on top of his opponent, especially if he knows that he's got a game that he could potentially throw away, for lack of a better term. It wouldn't cost him the series. Maybe he's 1-1, maybe he's 0-1, because he's got to try something, right? We talked about earlier, if it isn't broken, why fix it? We need to look at the opposite here. If it's not working, how can we adjust it?
Yeah, of course, he also got the chance to see TY dismantle Ragnarok, right? We saw a couple of games from TY where he was kind of using, almost said abusing the Hellbat right there, but he was using it, right? It feels like a lot of the Zergs at the moment were able to quite comfortably defend against the Hellbat pushes nowadays, but yeah, Ragnarok falling to them there a little bit, perhaps because he wasn't playing on the top-notch side of things when those were the most popular. But Clem looks like he is not opting to go for any type of real aggression here. He is going to go once more for a very quick third base. And let's see if it's going to work out for him this time around. So, yeah, just Hallion's third base Reaper right there. You think he's going to go for a benchy here, or?
Yeah, if he's getting the tech lab, it certainly could lead into it, but it's just going to be a very quick stim timing off of his opponent, and immediately throws down another barracks. So I think he is trying to commit into this. He's going to get that marine production up and running, and I actually don't hate this for Clem. This is the kind of change that we're talking about here. Okay, I know Stim Bio is going to be successful, but can I get it to his base a little earlier? Maybe he doesn't have those roaches out yet. Maybe he doesn't have banelings. Maybe his ling count isn't quite where it needs to be. I think he's going to try and make that happen.
Overload speed, though, here, getting him off a scout for Ragnarok. He knows what's coming now. Sees the barracks, sees the stim upgrading. He should know how to defend against this, and actually he throws down 2 Evo chambers. It's gonna be interesting, and I'm trying to think backwards. I'm pretty sure we saw this in the qualifier as well, right? This exact build. Yeah, we're gonna go into the medeffects with, you know, the double medeffects with filled up with Marines, and go for the drop play here. 2 engineering base also getting constructed. overall, it's going to be interesting to see whether Clem is going to get this to work out for him. I'm trying to think back of who we saw utilizing this. I think it may have been a Korean Terran, but it could have been Clem as well, right? Hard to distinguish the two.
Sorry about that. Had a black screen for about 10 seconds, and my heart rate is about 200 right now. So my APM, my heart beats per minute, trying to compete with the APM of these players. So my apologies. We should be set and good to go. No worries. You didn't miss anything too terribly crazy here. So thank you, guys. Whew. Okay.
I like how you called your heartbeat your APM.
Well, it's about all I can do. I don't even think you need to reload, Chad.
APM.
I think you're all set and good to go. So business as usual here. Think of it as just like an ad for Deep Darkness of
The
Space.
Darkness.
Yeah, there you go.
That's right.
Hello, Darkness.
It is StarCraft after all.
Cold is the void.
Hey.
And we are getting set up into Banelings here for Ragnarok. 1-1 just about to finish up. I apologize if you already said this because I'm just trying to slow myself back down. But the 1-1 and the combat shields on the way for Clem. And now we are going to see that timing trying to come into play here for Clem. He's not going to be able to get on to creep that much earlier, per se, but I think he's going to be able to hit with a lot more here. He's going to have those Hellions, he's going to have those Marines, and now he's going to try and cut a path down to the center of the map here on Pillars of Gold, but there are already Banelings, and Banelings on creep, even slow, are pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair though, that speed is very far removed still. Clem is a monstrosity with the Marine micro, so we'll have to wait and see. I'm not completely convinced that this is going to work out in favor for Ragnarok here. This attack is coming in, absolutely punishing Ragnarok for perhaps being a little bit too greedy here, over droning. I think his drone count not that high. He did go for a very quick +2/+2 here as well, though, but I mean, so did Clement. Oh, okay, Baneling drop is coming in, though. Did slow down his overall Baneling speed quite a bit. Oh my god, I suppose this is making up for lost time. Clem actually moving backwards as well. So, you know, that overall is a very nice little thing for Ragnarok. As long as he doesn't take damage here, should be in a really good spot right now, thanks to that little Baneling drop.
I mean, that's a great play by Ragnarok, just getting on top of the economy of Clem, and as you said, slowing him down and putting him on the back foot here. But it could have forced Clem into a push here that he might not be comfortable doing. Here comes a really big Ling run by, though, into the natural. Ling's going to get on top of all of those workers. The tanks are already sieged up and ready to rock and roll against Ragnarok, but Clem really doesn't have a giant army force here. But look at these amazing Marine splits. Banelings will be in large enough supply to be able to deal enough damage, but it's these Zerglings that are going to be difficult for Clem to try and get on top of, and they are now going to pick off so many workers, 31 workers, and counting. The splits are good, but it doesn't matter if you don't have any economy back at home, Kozan.
Yeah, even losing a lot of those Marines right now. I think we may be again looking at a moment where Ragnarok is just absolutely dominating here, and it is thoroughly impressive. Clem just doesn't seem to really have the number of Ragnarok. It's quite the opposite here. Ragnarok just continuously being able to punish every little mistake of Clem, and he's not taking any damage himself, right? He's still standing tall. He's standing with an infestation pit on the way. He's getting all of the great stuff right now.
Yeah, mules are good, Kozan. No one will dispute that. But they are not 44 workers down good.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, more Ling's going to be running on by. Oh, Ragnarok. Ragnarok is showing that, hey, I've still got your number, Clem, and I'm going to dial it all night long with these Ling run by. So, finally, Clem's just going to have to doom drop into the main base. This is going to get a lot of damage done, but it's a matter of whether or not it's going to get cleaned up, and I think once it does, Ragnarok is going to be in a fantastic position, but there's nothing coming back here. Ragnarok is just committing into the main base of Clem. He's going to pick up a lot of workers. He can't afford to lose all of this tech here, Kozan. I didn't expect Ragnarok to ignore this for so long.
Yeah, loses the layer, the spawning pool, and I'm not quite sure. I do believe he still has a bathing mess. Actually makes another spawning pool. A little bit of perhaps panic happening for Ragnarok. Although, you know what, a lot of damage is going into his favor there in the base of Clem. Clem not quite yet sending everything up in the sky there. Those buildings, of course, do have the capability of flying, but not quite making it work. And you know what? Honestly, Clem, his army still looking pretty sharp. If he does manage this... Okay, no, he is going to tap out. GG is called. For a moment there, I thought Ragnarok, right? The spawning pool not quite there yet. If Clem managed to get himself on top of another base in between the natural and the third, maybe he would be able to clean up those circlings enough in a way to actually get himself in a reasonable position for a base trade. But yeah, that was a rough one. Another game going into favor for Ragnarok, and that means he's 3-1 in total score today versus Clem.
I had to do like one of these where like I am I seeing this right? You're just gonna let the man obliterate your main, but he had enough lings back at Clem's main base and was able to get on top of that production in the worker lines, and it did not matter. So apparently, I mean, we've seen it here, Kozan, you don't even need a spawning pool to win the game. So,
well,
I mean, how amazing is that?
Apparently you need two.
Okay.
Apparently you need two. He was like, oh, let me make two of them this time around.
So we will be getting into game number 2 here on Juganatha. It's our long, big, tall map that will provide probably a little bit more of the same here for Ragnarok. But now this is the interesting game for me. It's game number 2. Clem trying to maybe shift things up a little bit. But will he pull out something particularly interesting? He's got one more game before he's really on the ropes. Being down 0-1 is not a death sentence by any stretch of the imagination. But we'll have to see what happens here.
Yeah. Let's wait for it, man. I am a big Clem fan, but you know what? Ragnarok is an Alpha X member as well. I wouldn't be too upset to see him move forwards, but... come on. It is Clem after all. How... cool would it be to have him together here, together with Cyril already ramping up as well. Anyway, in the bottom left side, the red Zerg spawning for Alpha X. He is Ragnarok.
And spawning in the top right, our blue Terran playing for Team Liquid. Down 0-1. This is Clem. Get out your baguettes.
The power of the baguette.
See, I feel you're comfortable making the French impression as a European, but I feel like as an American, that's just like dangerous territory for me. Oh no! We will not do that. I do not want the angriness of the French coming back to haunt me.
I mean, me, you know, I've always been at war with the French. You know what? Clem is changing my mind, though. They may not be all too bad overall.
No, see, I already make the Italians mad because I talk about like all of the terrible things that you could put on a pizza. So I only need one country in Europe frustrated with me at this point.
I mean, you could just go for the entire European nation, you know? Why not? Why not?
Oh,
live a little. Come on, buddy.
Well, I mean, I guess I could say that. Yeah. Europe is my favorite country in the whole world. So
there you go. So, in which part of Europe does China lie again? Like, where was that?
Oh, that's the good stuff right there. That's the good eats we come here for. Just like my ketchup and mustard pizza.
Exactly.
Oh no, chat. We can talk about a lot of divisive topics in chat, but pineapple on pizza is. I've been hurt before, so I just don't want to hurt again.
We could start about Mexico as well again, and whether or
Oh,
not it's part
no.
of North America.
What a funny thing for everyone to get wound up about too. Like that just made me laugh. Like I can own the mistake. That's not a problem. But like, wow, that got people coming out. Like people were pulling off. They're like watching this on their TV. They're like, oh no, I'm not gonna get involved with Twitch chat. It's a little too much for me. Wait, Mexico's not in North America? I'm getting my keyboard. Sharon, where is it?
Get it together here. Well, a little bit of Reaper micro again from Clem here. Not quite getting anything important ultimately, but it gets out of there again, right? That's one of the most important things. It's funny to see Ragnarok now as well. Going for the injections before going for a creep tumor there. Very often you do see Zerg still going for the creep tumor first. That is how important that creep is, right? Just sacrificing, having more larvae in order to get your creep spread a little bit further out there. But 2 creep tumors will go down. Clem, Sweeper already a little bit low, so nothing he can do about this, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Reaper is going to be able to hop up here and grab some information, but it's not going to see necessarily that much here. Ragnarok's just kind of playing clean and by the books at this point. It's a matter of whether or not Clem can get in with the Reapers to get that damage done. And it is going to be a Liberator coming here. I think there is a lot of good airspace to utilize for Terran to bring that in, so I like that play. But once again, look at Ragnarok. I mean, bringing all the queens out will not allow Clem to harass those creep tumors, so that creep spread should be just fine.
Yeah, it's almost like those creep tumors are made out of gold here. That's how valuable they are for those queens. Protecting them with their lives. Okay, there's Overlords coming in for the scouts. It's not going to see too much right now, right? That is incredibly telling. Doesn't quite see the Liberator leave the base either. So, I suppose he sees the tech lab, right? So he knows it's going to be bio. That's the main thing he can take away from this.
Yeah, that's
and
a pretty
I guess
safe
no
assumption.
third base.
And he's not only that, not only the tech lab on the barracks, but also the reactor on the starport as well. So we will be seeing those medevacs coming out here in force. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Viking as well.
Yeah,
I know that Clem is. I know that Clem is wanting to control that airspace and try to find a way to slow Ragnarok down, but he's making the right choice here, backing up. That was a big trap into that Evo chamber wall, and Ragnarok able to hold, and he gets the Liberator on top of it. Good place for Ragnarok.
He sieged up the Liberator on top of a Spore Crawler right there. You saw the frustration immediately in Clem's eyes. GG, just like that. He knew he had to do more with those horses. Otherwise, he's just going to allow Ragnarok to absolutely walk away with this game. And he knows Ragnarok is very much capable of walking away with a game, especially if he is economically ahead. And yeah, Clem has to tap out. That's 2 games in a row here for Ragnarok. Is Ragnarok gonna 3-0 Clem? Is this the world that we're living in right now? Is this?
I mean, I wish you could see the frustration on Clem's face that I can see right now. It is he's in a bad mental place. He needs to find a way to untilt, maybe water down a little bit of the salt and dig deep, because he can do it. He's shown that he can hang with the best in the world. There's a reason he's top 10 on Ligulac. I mean, this is just unfortunate play, but to Ragnarok's credit, he's playing very well. He is playing very precise. He is doing a good job scouting, staying on top of his opponent. He can do it. I mean, this is a good winnable situation, but I think you're right. I think Ragnarok is on the verge of potentially taking a 3-0 victory over his opponent here to advance on to the playoffs next weekend. And we're going to see if that happens here on Romanticide for our next map.
I kind of want to discuss with you as well, like the overall idea right now that's going through my mind is that the European Zergs overall, they've been established for a longer period of time, right? They have kind of made their own playstyle in a way. They've really very much differentiated themselves from the Korean Zergs. Now the Korean Zergs are kind of adjusting as well, but it still isn't quite the same as the European Zergs. I'm wondering you know, how much of a difference that is for Clem, because Clem, right, he's, I suppose he has Hero Marine and Uthermal and such in the European scene. But anyway, let me introduce and then continue onwards. In the top left side, a red Zerg fighting for Alphax. He is 2 points ahead on match point. He is a Ragnarok.
And he needs your energy, chat, if you want him to continue advancing forward. Our blue Terran, make some noise. Team Liquids, Clem.
Going for the double proxy right now. All right, so as I was saying, right, Clem, I feel like is more so influenced by the Korean Terrans, right? It does kind of feel like that is what he's trying to gain some more information from, and then he's playing against a lot of European Zergs in a sense. So maybe just the difference overall there is throwing him off a little bit, right? Because we've seen him going up against Raynor, and he makes it look like it is, you know, an entirely different setting than what we're seeing here today. Ragnarok, I don't know how much of an influence this is, but of course he is from another server, he's from another region, and maybe it's just kind of throwing Clem off a little bit, because I hate to say it, but he just doesn't look like the Clem that I'm used to seeing, you know?
Well, there's definitely something behind what's happening today. I don't know if he's just having an off day. I mean, that is perfectly reasonable for a player to just not play their best, or something's happening that's just unusual. That is totally fine in all things there. Clem is an outstanding consummate player, and I don't think that this will be very defining, but this will be disappointing. I know that he probably was expecting to advance out of this group pretty cleanly, but he's going to have to work for it. He's not out of it just yet, though. He is 2 barracks deep on this proxy, and right now, Ragnarok has not seen this. Only now is he going to see these bunkers going down, and this is kind of an awkward timing here. Ragnarok can pull workers, but unfortunately, those bunkers are already in place. There's Marines in the ramp area that will be able to go unmitigated. It's going to take those Zerglings and Queens coming out to deal with this. It's now a matter of whether or not Clem can protect back at home. If Ragnarok somehow moves out past these bunkers, that could put Clem in an awkward position. But Clem's going to wall off back at home with the factory. He's got 2 bunkers already placed down. This is as good of a start for Clem as he could have possibly asked for this proxy.
Yeah, Ragnarok, he is making a good response though, right? He's getting that Roach Warren. That is going to allow him to ultimately break through Clem's bunker containment. I'm wondering if we're going to see a lay attack as well. Maybe immediately go up into the Nidus Worm play here. He already has a couple of Overlords in a reasonable position. That is a very common way for Ragnarok, I feel like, to try and deal with this type of stuff. Making a couple of ravages, though. It looks like he is aiming to break the bunkers.
All right, so now we're going to have to see where Clem wants to try and take this, because Ravagers will eventually start whittling this down. Having those 2 SCVs as a part of the bunker push is still very pivotal, because they will be able to get some good repairs. But yeah, it's just going to be enough where it will overwhelm eventually, and Clem will have to back off. He's going to try and take as much damage as he possibly can here. Stutter stepping forward with these Marines. Picking off one of those Ravagers would be incredible damage, and one of them does go down. If he can get 2 of them, that will put him in a great position.
All right, Clem, yeah, definitely making the best of this situation here. Taking out a ton of those Roaches and Ravages, and that's always the threat, right? If you get overwhelmed a little bit too much at the front door, suddenly those Roaches, Ravages, Zerglings will be spilling across the map and come knocking on your door when you're not quite prepared, because most of your production is still flying backwards across the map. But in this situation, I think Ragnarok may have actually overcommitted a little bit too soon at breaking the bunkers, right? Maybe one more wave of a couple of Roaches would have helped him out quite nicely there. Ragnarok actually a smile on his face. He's like, I did not expect this, but still feeling pretty darn good about it. It looks like got himself a hatchery right now on the way as well. Barracks blocking that third base does get spotted.
So this is kind
okay.
of it's kind of an interesting in-between position for both of these players. I feel like Ragnarok did a nice job holding, and of course didn't have to immediately leave the game. But at the same time, it came at the cost of all of that army that he made to deal with it. So at this point, he's got nothing to push across the map with. He's going to be able to get his second base rebuilt. Sure, that's totally fine. But now Clem's got nothing to be punished for back at home. He's wide open. He's going to get across the map once again. He's got the Cyclones incoming. This is a pretty decent position for Clem, all things considered. But Ragnarok's not out of this just yet either. He is getting that worker count back up. His second base is on the way, and his third base is en route as well.
These Cyclones are so interesting overall. You don't really see Cyclones all that often unless if you're going straight up into mech versus Zerg. And here they are. That's the Cyclones. And it's very interesting because it feels like Clem realized that he killed off so many of those roaches that he may have a chance to get some damage dealt here, right? He's going to get a queen as well. I mean, what does Ragnarok have? He tried to recreate a lot of those drones and try to recuperate his economy. And now Clem, I mean, he's just getting so much value with these two Cyclones at the moment.
Oh, killing the queen is huge because that just stints his production even further. And now Clem's going to stumble upon the next third base location. This was a pretty good pinch there, but does not want to toss these away to Lings. He's going to try and hold it for as long as possible, but will need to get up and leave. Yeah, don't toss away those Cyclones, Clem. That's a lot of your pressure right now. Third base will be able to continue here. Clem is in a fantastic position, though. Now those queens are going to be rebuilt by Ragnarok, but it's going to be a lot of larva that's lost here. That creep spread's not going to be pushing as far out. And Ragnarok now forced out into that forward third base. That could be good for creep spread, but it does leave him very exposed to future push by Clem.
Yeah. Clem's starting to repair those Cyclones and deciding not to. Maybe just a little bit of a misclick there. Perhaps that could be the case as well. I know how quick Clem is, so he won't spend too much time looking at those SCVs, whether or not they're actually doing their job. That would be inefficient, you see. Whenever I just look at them until the Cyclones are full in the green again, I'm like, all right, nice, on to the next thing. And then it's not the way Clem would do things. Anyway, enough about me. About these players, we have the lay attack on the way here for Ragnarok. Off of the 3 base, still droning up like an absolute mad lad. And Clem, of course, already having that third base mining as well. Had it very, very early on. Actually, I had it in the work account right now. Things are looking very good for Clem in this one.
Yeah, Clem doesn't have a whole lot of army out here, but he's going to see what he can try and get done with just these 2 Cyclones just to be annoying. But the army count is largely in Clem's favor here, 53 to 40. Lair Tech is just about to finish up, and that +1 armor is also on the way, which should be okay against the Bioforce that is coming across here. This is going to be a scary army push for Ragnarok. It's going to be little backstabs like this that will be important, but the wall's going to continue to be built. It will get finished up. Now these tanks are going to be allowed to siege. We're going to start seeing this creep slowly get pushed back, and now this is where that forward third base is going to be very vulnerable and exposed.
Yeah, those siege tanks gaining a lot of value from the backside. The bios not being enough. Okay, just there now, getting rid of those siege tanks. But I think they already pulled their weight in this fight. More than enough Marines to clean up the rest here. Zerglings tried to come in as reinforcements, but they trade so super inefficiently here against the Marines with those medevacs. GG is called. Clem takes a map back on the board and gets a little bit closer to a potential full reverse sweep here, if that is where we're heading.
I'm not saying that that Twitch chat had an influence here, but you sent your energy and he used it. So game number 3 going back in his favor, getting on top and being able to shake up his opponent. We kind of talked about that at the very beginning, where Clem was going to have to disorient and take Ragnarok off of his path. So I mean, we could sit and talk about the 2 racks, 3 racks meme all day long, but I think other people will probably take care of that for us. The question is, Kozan, you think we'll see it again?
I don't know. I think Ragnarok is going to stay a little bit more on top of it. We saw Ragnarok as well versus TY, right? Continuously drone scouting. Now, to be fair, TY, even though his 2 racks did get scouted, didn't matter. Didn't matter at all. He cancelled one of the racks. He was like, all right, well, let me just make a Reaper instead. Have this Reaper quicker at your base. Continue onwards with the regular macro game and still being able to make it win, right? Absolutely clean sweeping there. But, yeah, it looks like Clem is just struggling a little bit more so. Both these players taking a quick little break. It looks like we see 2 empty chairs there now in the player webcams.
Or maybe
they're
they're
getting
just maybe they just like have to relocate to different parts of their house. Like, okay, it's the decider match game 4. Now you have to go play in your living room, and you have to go sit on the porch and play outside. It's raining. Well, shucks. Sorry, that's just the way she goes. But I think entirely. Oh, Kozan, how cool would it be if we saw Clem try to pull out a battle cruiser opener?
Yeah, it could work. Honestly, a little bit wary. We already saw Ragnarok doing okay with the scouting here so far, right? Seeing the overlords continuously commit for the scouts, and he's staying on top of things. So I'm not quite sure if I would love it, but I think it, you know, it's a bit of a gamble, right? It's definitely a hit or miss strategy here, but yeah, good work. Good work.
I mean, he's in hit or miss territory at this point. I mean, he's on elimination. Yeah. Ragnarok needs one more game off of Clem, and he'll be advancing onto the playoffs. So I think if there was a time for Clem to try and dial up a little bit of magic, a little bit of that French allure, I mean, is right now. This is his moment.
Remember as well, how many of these games did we see Ragnarok going for the quick spy attack as well? Like, it was not common throughout the series, but I think he did it like 2 times maybe in today's game so far in all these TVZ. So that is another little bit of a gamble, right? If that's the tech route you're going down towards, if Ragnarok goes for that early spire, that could be a world of hurt for you as well.
My guess is he's gonna have to take that risk. Again, he's on elimination. He can't afford to leave anything behind. And we're gonna get set up here for game number 4. To your point, it's gonna be Death Aura. Death Aura is a very, very infamous mutamap for Zerg players, and I could see Ragnarok doing a 2-base muta opener here against Clem. And if Clem were to try and go into something like that or try to go into something like a battle cruiser rush, too many that could be his downfall. But we'll have to see what ends up happening here. Game number 4 booting up. Clem 1-2 against his Zerg opponent Ragnarok. Again, Ragnarok 1 win away from advancing onto the playoffs and getting out of Group B in 2nd place with his Korean cohort, TY. We'll have to see what happens here, or if Clem can secure 2 more wins and bring himself alongside Cyril as his European cohort in the playoffs. And spawning into the top left of Death Aura LE. It's our red Zerg player, 1 win away. Playing for Alpha X. Give it up for Ragnarok.
And the European in the blue, it's the Terran player himself. It's the Frenchman from Team Liquid. He is Clem. All right. Okay, I mean, everything's on the line here for Clem, right? One misstep, one slight mistake, and that could come to cost him. Well, Ragnarok, he's ramping up that aggression right now. It looks like.
I don't even know that this is aggression, Kozan. I think Ragnarok is fully expecting the proxy follow-up once again. And
yeah, that's a good point.
And I feel like this is just in preparation for that because, yeah, we're going to run that drone out to the natural expand. I feel like Ragnarok might kind of get all excited and then go, wait, you didn't proxy me? Oh, okay, I guess.
To be fair, wasn't it the one game in the best of 3 as well where Ragnarok went spawning pool first And then Clem was the one that was victorious in that one. Am I crazy? Wasn't it also in Death Aura, by the way? Or was this versus TY? No, Ragnarok. We saw him today do this exact thing on Death Aura. I'm not sure if it was versus Clem or TY anymore. Maybe somebody in the chat will pop it up. Unfortunately, I'm a timid little person. I decided to have it closed, but we'll never know. Well, maybe you'll see somebody scream it out at me right now.
You'll also get a whole host of fake answers as well, so good luck sifting through all of the information you're about to receive.
It was versus Innovation, of course.
Yeah, don't you remember Booty Smacker 69? I mean, this was a great series from him.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, doesn't it kind of feel like we have gone back in time in a way? Because I don't know how much StarCraft 2 you watched in like Wings of Liberty and Heart of the Swarm and such, but here we are with a Korean player, right, that probably isn't considered to be the best of his race overall, right? Not one of the top dogs in the Korean scene. He's kind of getting there, to be fair, right? He's getting there more and more so, but he's not really considered to be one of the main antagonists in the Korean overall StarCraft 2 scene, right? And here we have this magnificent force from Europe that is maybe the best in the European scene for his race, and it kind of feels like he's being pummeled a little bit, you know?
Yeah, I will be honest. I actually didn't get into StarCraft until the very beginning of Heart of the Swarm, so my experience with Wings of Liberty is only lived through countless VODs from like StarCraft 2 highlights and various ESL WCS restreams. So I can't say that I have experienced that firsthand myself, but to your point in your description, I would say absolutely. Sorry. My desk just got kicked. To your point, that's okay. Sorry, desk. I still like you. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think you've done a good job of describing this, and I love seeing the back and forth of the Korean and the foreigner style play. And we've been getting so much more of that this year, which is great. That's actually one of the silver linings of so many of the online cups this year versus just in-person only events, which, don't get me wrong, I definitely want to go back to that. I mean, I miss my DreamHack experiences, and I can't wait to get together with all of our friends to cheer on our favorite StarCraft 2 people. But we have gotten a lot of really cool interactions between the foreign and the Korean scene this year, and I think it has just made StarCraft 2 play better as a whole. I think we're going to come out better because of it in the end.
I want to interrupt you shortly. We have a Hellbat push coming up here with Benji's, and quite a bit of pressure here. In we go into the fray. Those two queens actually a little bit sidetracked on the right side, looking to get themselves in a bit of trouble. Oh, ladies, you're walking the wrong way. Trying to that one queen actually not fighting at all either. So quite a bit of value there being missed out onto. Clem now rotating back around into that natural base. The Evo chamber wall actually a little bit more powerful this time around.
Oh, yeah, this is really looking bad for Ragnarok. He's not going to be able to get through this wall. A Banshee back at home will help with the defense. And this third base is exposed. Okay, now, Clem made this mistake before where he had an opportunity to stay on top of the third base and take it down, but these queens are going to make that a very large problem here. Some good micro back and forth. Tries to keep those Hellbats alive as long as possible, but a good links around gets on top of all of these units, and this is going to be more and more damage to Clem rather than damage from Clem. This is a pretty decent hold, all things considered. The queens are able to hang out. Only 2 queens lost for the cost of everything. It is a rough situation for him, but I think it could have gone a lot worse. It's pretty decent, all things considered.
I think he killed off a lot of those Zerglings, right? They'll have to be replenished. So he didn't directly kill drones, but because Ragnarok now is going to be forced to make more larvae into Zerglings instead of drones, in a way, indirectly, this is influencing his overall economy as well, right? So 40-something Zerglings, that's pretty good. That's pretty good overall. So, you know, it's still better, I feel like, to just get the drones straight up. but still pretty nice. And maybe these Banshees, right? Maybe they will be able to get the drones that that Hellbats were missing out on. 2 so far. It's not quite there yet.
There
not quite yet. There.
No lair tech goes in, so these Cloak Banshees are going to get a lot of damage done, and it just to disrupt Ragnarok. Again, that's, I think, overall Clem's goal here is he just needs to disrupt his opponent. These will finally get picked off as the Banshees do get cornered. 7 workers go down, a couple more queens for his trouble as well. Just, ooh, he's actually going to grab a couple more of these workers. Not quite done getting some bonus damage taken care of, but that Banshee should finally find another mineral line, but it does get picked off. I was like, Clem, you madman, making that Banshee go the distance, and that will help Clem continue to secure himself as he is going to come forward here with his giant bio ball. He's ready for more.
Yeah, you know what? I think Clem is in an okay spot here, right? The +1/+1 for both these players is finishing up, so no advantage right there. As long as he doesn't die to this massive Ling run by that is coming up right now, he may be all right. That's not a lot of Marines in that wall. That's not going to be enough. Oh, he saves it. Oh, he did it. Okay, Hellbats here as well at the 3rd base. So, yeah, the Lings have to reconsider that. Not going in right there. Baneling speed not done yet. Is this a little bit of deja vu we're having at the moment? Yeah, very well, maybe.
The question is
well,
whether
I guess
or not
he didn't forget about it.
I was going to say, the question is whether or not he has it in production, and he does. It's just about completed,
Yeah.
so this won't be a terrible situation for Ragnarok.
Oh, wow.
He will be able to push this back off, and in fact, he's already set up for the surround, and the tanks have been picked up here, so the Marines are a little bit exposed, but that's some quick thinking by Clem. That will be okay. He'll be able to get out of there before taking any major damage. But now Baneling speed is completed. Ragnarok's going to be able to be offensive, but look at that worker count. That worker count is dead even, 61. Clem now is going to hold on to that economic advantage just because mules are just going to help him catapult forward, and he is working on just trying to multiply his lead in this game. Clem wants to see a game number 5.
Yeah, I would like to see a 4th base as well from Clem here. There's no real reason to assume that he's going to be able to finish this off. These Lings run-bys continuously finding damage, though. Clem not quite in a position to prevent a lot of it from occurring, but you know what? Only getting some reinforcements here, it looks like. The rest will be safeguarded. Oh, Baneling speed is done right now. Siege tanks need to target down the Banelings every single time when they try to commit here. There's not a lot of creep spread. Again, a signature move from Ragnarok. Not the greatest one, unfortunately, but definitely a signature move here. Trying to send his attention elsewhere with these run-bys and such. Okay, just Lings from the backside, so getting all right trades there actually with those Marines. The Marines going towards the rocks. They need to keep shooting down those Banelings. Are you kidding me, Clem? That was a magnificent fight right there. Stimming forward, getting on top of the Queens right now. Things are looking dicey for the Zerg right
Let's
in
go!
this moment in time. GG, 2-2, just like that. Ragnarok overstepping his boundaries. Not quite having Banelings on the backside there definitely did come to cost him. And yeah, just having those Zerglings there, he did want to shut off the retreating path, but Clem very wise at keeping a lot of those Marines backwards. And yeah, some great control as well. Fantastic Baneling sniping there from the young Frenchman. We're going into game number 5 right now. And that is all you can ask for between these two, right? Bring it down to an ace match. The final game. The final series.
I don't care what race you play, who your favorite fan is. That was a highlight moment by Clem with that stutter step backwards, taking care of all of those Banelings. Very good map awareness, knowing that his opponent was going to try and queue up a nice little surround. And we're getting the final series of the day that we asked for. And folks, this is only halfway through our group stage play. Of course, Tuesday and Thursday this week, we will be bringing you more top level StarCraft 2. We've got so many star-studded players playing in our event, and we're so glad to be able to bring you these quality games. Clem, on the verge of the reverse sweep, like you said, we are going to have to see if he can finish this out, Kozan.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, either of these players, right? Ragnarok, he must have been feeling pretty darn safe and secure at the moment, but right now things are looking rather spectacularly going sideways in the bottom left side. Here he is again, that red Zerg, fighting for Alpha X. He is, of course, the Korean player, Ragnarok.
One last time, if you want to see a European advance out of this group, playing for Team Liquid, our Blue Terran, give it up for Clem.
All right. Okay. Alrighty then. We're back at it. It really does feel like the Europeans versus the Koreans again, right? A foreigner taking on a Korean here, in a sense. I mean, I know it's happened a ton of times now, but ultimately, I don't know, I'm getting those vibes back again, man. It's looking pretty darn good right now. Will Clem be able to slay this this new Korean Zerg? I say new Korean Zerg. I know he's been around for a while, but new to the upper dock atmosphere overall. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, he is definitely cementing his status as a contender in these bigger tournaments right now, I feel like.
Oh, I feel like Clem did that a long time ago, honestly.
No, Ragnarok.
Oh, Ragnarok. Okay, sorry, I misheard.
No,
I feel
probably
like
didn't say it correctly.
Well, and honestly, to that credit, I think Ragnarok has done a pretty decent job of maintaining his status in GSL. He's played some really good games. He's had some really nice series. Maybe not all of the finishes that he would hope to receive, but Ragnarok, by no stretch of the imagination, a low tier Zerg player out of Korea. He is just unfortunate to have to play alongside so many top tier Terrans like Dark and Sue and DRG. I mean, it is just a very nice path of people there. So it's nice to see both of these players playing very well in this tournament. And honestly, game number 5, I think this could go either direction. I think there are great arguments for why Ragnarok can close this series out. And there's certainly a lot of reasons why Clem has got the momentum to take a 3rd game in a row to advance himself.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Clem, right now, I'm going to look at the statistics a little bit. He's ranked number 9 in the world on the League Gulag, right? Pretty darn good, pretty darn good. And then we look at TY, the player that just managed to, what felt like demolish Ragnarok, ranked number 12. There's a slight difference there, slight difference. And then Ragnarok ranked 25. Now that is, you know, the difference between being in the top 30 and the top 10. I say that is a very, very big difference right here. But Ragnarok, he's not making it look like that much of a difference at all right now.
No, playing some great StarCraft 2, and we are on Oxide. Oxide's one of the more banned maps, at least that we've seen so far in this tournament. So it is kind of interesting to see this as our rubber match essentially between these two players. I know there's been a lot of discussion about who this map best benefits. And there's just a lot of airspace in between that 2nd and 3rd. I mean, I feel like those bases are so far apart, at least from a Zerg standpoint. I feel like this isn't the best Zerg favored map. I don't know. What do you think, Kazan?
Well, I've been playing a little bit of Zerg on this map recently, and I was very surprised actually with how quickly my creep was reaching the base of my opponent. It is surprisingly short, honestly, this map, the distance between the two. Especially if you take out those rocks and such, right? Very, very quickly, you can get quite close to your opponent.
Well, we probably have to pivot here really quick because we've got ourselves a concussive shell rush coming in here, and I don't think Ragnarok is going to spot that. That Overlord does not get far enough ahead to see this, so this is quite aggressive out of our Terran player. He's going to show up with Hellbats. He's going to show up with concussive shell Marauders. This is a scary position for Ragnarok.
It's a very aggressive thing indeed, and Ragnarok, he's going for Spore Crawlers right now. Another big thing is that he didn't get to see what kind of add-on is on top of that Starpod, if any, right? So he needs to prepare for pretty much anything still at the moment. That can be a problem. That can definitely be a problem. Here they are. The Queen's actually immediately being concussive shelled by those Marauders. The Hellbat's going to have an easier time to get right on top of them. Needs to get on top of those Zerglings, though. Great pick-up micro there from Clem, keeping those Marauders safe. All three of them. My dear God, he is on a tear right now.
Oh, this is terrible damage for Ragnarok. He wasn't able to separate himself from those Hellbats, and all of the Zerglings just got roasted before they could ever find the Marauders. So now the third base has to be evacuated. This is a situation where it's totally fine for Clem to leave that third base alone because he has so many units and so many opportunity to just end the game right here, right now. Those Hellbats continue to push on forward, and now all of these drones are going to be so exposed. Look at all of these kills. Oh, the drone roast is real. 21, and he's done it. Clem taking game number 5, getting on top of Ragnarok with the reverse sweep, and EU is got to be so proud right now. Clem advances into the playoffs. Well played.
Definitely mixed feelings here on the Alpha Extreme, of course. I mean, Ragnarok, one of our own, has to tap out there, but my dear Lord, Clem once again showing why he is one of these top contenders, why he is being revered so much right now by so many players in the scene. My dear God, that was one hell of a comeback. We had a reverse sweep right there, a complete return to just you know what, getting on top of things again, right? 3 games in a row won by Clem there, and yeah, Ragnarok, man, that's got to be a rough one, right? That has got to be a rough one. He gets beaten by a player that he manages to 2-0 first and foremost in that best of 5. You know what, beating him as well in the best of 3, of course, and then losing 3 games in a row. 3 games. Oh, that's rough.
Well, I said it at the beginning, and I feel confident that it was the correct call. Clem needed to get in front of Ragnarok. He needed to slow him down, get him off kilter, and some killer build orders. I mean, that's really well deserved by Clem. He absolutely earned all 3 of those wins, and fortunately for him, he'll get to advance out of Group B in 2nd place. Of course, sad to see Ragnarok eliminated from the event, but through no giant fault of his own. Some very clean play. Of course, he did a fine job himself, and if we take a look at how everything shakes out in this group, it's TY advancing with a very, very quick series over both Uthermal and Ragnarok, and Clem going to make it out in 2nd place. So we now have 2 Koreans and 2 Europeans making it onto our playoffs so far, keeping it even, and we're only halfway there.
3 Terrans and a Zerg so far. It does definitely seem to be a tournament for Terrans right now. Group C and D, of course, still showcasing some pretty darn impressive Protoss talents, of course. Let's hope some of them will be able to make it through. It's going to be rough, though. Of course, Group C, Rogue, Hero Marine, and then the Protoss being Showtime and Zaun. Group D, we still have Nice as the Protoss hope there, but he's going to have to go up against some pretty darn impressive Terran as well. And Raynor, the Italian Zerg prodigy right now, of course. And as those Terrans, of course, no pushover either. Innovation and Cure. So it's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle here, perhaps, for the Protoss, but we're going to have to wait and see how this is going to unfold, of course, on the it's Tuesday and Thursday at the same time.
Well,
as we started today. Oh no, actually, Group D starts later. I see right now on Liquipedia, so 2 hours later.
Yes, it does. Sorry. And to that point, of course, we'll go ahead and hype up our upcoming group. It's going to be Rogue, Hero Marine, Showtime, and Zaun. You're going to find it right here on twitch.tv/alphaxsc2. Of course, Zombie Grub is going to be joining the casting table here in my place for 2 of these group days. So I will be sad not to see all of you joining in, but please do come and support not only Kozan, but Zombie Grub as well, as they take you through the ups and downs of Group C as we find out who else will be joining our 4 qualified players in Cyril, Maru, TY, and Clem as members of the playoff bracket here. We do need to run one more quick ad before we sign off, but we're going to go ahead and do our sign off before we get there. So Kozan, any final thoughts?
I'm gonna try my best not to embarrass you in front of some big grub here on these 2 days. And you know what? I'm very happy that I'm gonna get this opportunity. Somebody of you know, with great stature in the StarCraft 2 scene. Hope to see you all there, and hope that everything will go as smoothly as is possible.
Absolutely. And of course, a big shout out to all of our sponsors. Thank you so much to Matcherino and Strive, G Fuel, Carhartt, who we're about to see a quick ad for as well, and all of you for joining us in the Twitch chat and around the world. So thank you so much. Check us out on Liquipedia. You can take a great look at our page and get caught up on all of the amazing action that's happening right here on twitch.tv/alphaxsc2. We look forward to seeing you for Group C of the King of Battles International Championship. Thanks so much, everyone, for joining us. Again, stick around for this quick 45-second ad, and then we will say so long. We're going to be rating one of our own, Nice, who will be playing in Group C. So stick around and hang out with him. Thanks so much, everyone. Have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are. Take care.
Bye-bye, guys. Love you.
My name is Rushy, and thanks for watching our StarCraft 2 content brought to you by Alpha X. Productions like this are made possible by support from our sponsors, like Carhartt. Carhartt never takes a day off from celebrating hard-working people, which is why at Carhartt, every day is Labor Day. Since 1889, they've been building gear that has your back 24/7 with tough and trusted workwear, just like this. Their men's mid-weight hoodies are sweat-wicking, stain-fighting, and cut to move. It's made of sweat-wicking fabric that's cut to give your arms a full range of motion. Its full zip layer also fights job site stains, so it can last through several seasons of hard work. They're also built with force technology to wick away sweat and dry fast. The fast dry technology wicks away sweat, while the stain breaker technology releases those stains. Be sure to check out our events page for their sponsor quest, or visit them anytime at carhartt.com. Thank you for supporting Alpha X, and thank you for considering checking out more of our great sponsors. Now, let's head back to the action.